now to do this in our admin for a new application, first of all, we have to go to our application. This is seller, and then this is admin. All right. So let's start with the admin first. We have to create partials. This is admin, but we have to let's create a folder here inside called partials. So here now we are going to store most of the parts for the admin. So the first one we can create is welcome. Let's say admin. Welcome screen .jsx. So in welcome screen, this one is actually going to be source page admin, and then partials of that one const. This is just going to return welcome screen, and then welcome screen, sorry, and then export that. We also need to have let's have a look from the original application. So welcome screen, and then orders, and then all sellers transactions. So we're going to create all this one. Orders, admin. So we must differentiate from admin and the other one from the others. Order admin orders .jsx, and then this is going to be source pages and admins partial and admin orders, and const admin orders. Just going to export it, and then also we can close this one, then also close this. But what I will do is just copy the same thing, and then create also transactions, at admin transactions .jsx, and then from this one I'm just going to change this to transactions. Transaction called admin sellers dot sellers. Don't say this sellers. What else we need to add here? So we have transaction, sellers, orders. For report, you can hold for report. And now let's just go ahead and work on this one first. Sellers, that's sellers, transactions, the transactions, and orders. That's going to be orders. Yeah. Okay, now from close this, and then also this. From admin, I want to show you how we're going to import this one. So this depends on how you want to organize your folders, but this is just a simple way you can do it. Admin, this is admin dashboard, because you cannot write everything here. Some stuff they are going to take so much pages, so much place, so much space, so it cannot fit in here. So in page demo content, we want to, when we get the path, we want to do, we can do, let's do render, let's say, const render, render template is equal to a function. So in this function, we want to return something. We want to do for each statement. Actually, we want to do for each statement. You can do switch statement. Okay, give us the path. So we take the path name. So we check if the path name, let's say for example, is equal to dashboard. Is equal to dashboard. So that means we return welcome screen. Welcome screen. So you understand now the rest, how it's going to work. So welcome screen. So we're going to do return welcome. Sorry, welcome admin welcome screen. We don't need a break here, but you have to check again that case. Another case. If order return orders, if sellers return sellers, and then also transaction return transactions, and if product actually admin does not see the product but can only see sorry, admin can see sellers and then see product from sellers, and then here by default if nothing, we're just going to return, let's just return the default one, which is the home page. So just going to return home page. So and then we're just going to, instead to return this one, we're going to just go to return the render function. Say render template. Okay, then render template. So if I go, we copy this one, scroll down a little bit. Yeah, that's one we are going to return now. So I can get rid of this one, then just save. You go back to admin. This is admin. So now you see you have welcome. If you go to orders, you get see orders. The rest of the things we haven't added yet, but we can go and add the rest of the links. So this depends on how. If you go to the original application, you see you have orders and then all sellers, and then after sellers you have transactions. So we can do the same thing after orders. Copy this one. Sorry, duplicate this one, just add here, call sellers, and then the title is going to be sellers, and then for sellers, I don't know, you can say kind of users. You can go to material UI, search for icon for sellers, material UI. Icons, and then try icons, users, user. So for icon, you can leave icon blank for that one, but you can add Where seller, let's add the transactions. So that's going to be just transactions. And then icon is going to be money. Solar, I don't know. Let's try to look for material UI. Icons. All right, here is icons. So we're going to search. Here is the users. Or no, sorry, we are looking for transaction. Transaction. Transaction, does it exist? Nope. Let's say money. Let's take this sign one. So I import that one, and then I'm just going to use money here. Next, which one we want to use again? Have transaction, and then we got sellers, orders, and the suspended sellers. That one you can find for flag. Search for flag, any. So this is going to be after transaction. Going to have add here, say, segment report. As for report, no, not just a report, but you want segment. Nope. Want segment suspended sellers. And then for title, suspended sellers, and then for icon, flag. Icon flag. If you save, no, have a problem here, need to add comma here. All right, this is our application. Try to reload. Oh, it's missing an icon for seller. Let's find an icon for users. Users group. This one is okay, or this one, any. Can take any. Back to our application, and then you just want to save that here, and then copy the icon. Find where it says seller, then need to add icon. Icon. Sorry, it's supposed to be icon. Yes. Then have a look again. Users, sellers, try to reload. All right, now you have sellers. If you go to sellers, it's just showing sellers transaction, suspended users. Since this one does not exist, we're going to add that, and then we report is it. So let's go and add the suspended users. Welcome screen. We need to copy this one. to just add here suspended sellers .js x, and this one instead is going to be suspended, say suspended sellers, and here we need to return suspended sellers. Where is it again? Suspended sellers down here. So other case, suspended sellers, just going to return suspended sellers. Okay, and this one, let's return transactions. Admin transactions. Admin transactions. Yes, admin transaction is there. So this is supposed to be admin transactions. Yes, go and then change that to admin. Sellers. Admin sellers. Can close this one and this one. Admin sellers. So you can call this sellers or store. Store. So I can search for stores, admin sellers, and then we have orders. Admin orders. Sorry. Yeah, admin orders. You have to see admin orders. Yes, admin orders is there. So you can also copy admin orders. Just return admin orders. Import admin orders. Can you import it? Yes. Next, I think this is it. If now we should close that, go back, and then orders, sellers, transactions, a report. So for report, we're going to work on this later. Let's focus first of all on the important part of the application. All right. So first of all, we need also to just first of all work on a seller to see a way seller can start adding the product. First of all, we need to start adding the product so that you can start building the application, keep building application, and then see how the product looks like. So to do that, we have to go to work with the seller. This is seller. So you can create a partial here, create partials, and then we want to create the same thing as seller. So let me create and then I'll get back to you. So we want to create the same thing, the same component as admin. So let me create it and then I'll get back to you. All right, so I managed to add the partial for customer and then also for seller. All right, so we can go ahead and test it. First of all, we need to create a seller, so we can test the seller. Or let's create a new seller. Let's say just call maybe Kani at me.com, and password. Actually, this we need to sign up. As a seller, the store name, store. Let's just put any random content here. Make sure you copy the email address and then to sign up. Right, and remember the password. Okay, now this is the seller. You can see the seller also we have the same thing. We just have we split the seller's dashboard in small components, reusable component. Now we have a seller, so we have seller, create product, order, all of that to transaction. So we also need another user, which also could be a buyer. So to see also we have done the same thing. So let's try to, this is the email address just as a buyer. Try to forget about that. And the password is all right. Here is the same. Here is now user. You can see the URL now is user. Of course, it's supposed to tell you here customer welcome. So this is a customer template. So you can see now that we don't have much of this, much of the stuff, the order, cart, what we don't have all of them. All right. So one thing we have to do here, first of all, we have to start by creating products. So this is admin, of course, but if you go to single user here as seller, so we need to start posting, creating products. So first of all, let me show you that we have, if you go to seller here, just down here, we have create product. There's actually nothing there. But what I'm just want to show you that we can actually add that template right after the add create product, and then create product. So you need icon. So you need the add icon, this one, and then let's go and add the icon. First of all, you need to import it. And then icon, and then go to add. Right. So if you save that, go back to seller. We have this is seller, of course. Try to reload. Right, so we have create product here. Here we don't have form, so we need now to add the form to start now creating product. All right, let's go and do that. All right, so I managed to add. All right, guys. So for adding product, I want to show an example. If you go to our original project here, try to log out. And then sign up, try to sign up as a seller, and then let's just give some random stuff here, and then sign up. Okay, I want to sign in. All right, guys. So in our original project here, if you click add product, you see now we are getting now a modal. See a modal with the product, with the add product. So I can try to add the random, fill in random content here. You see we have now going next and then next, all of this, and the select categories, all of that to add a new product. All right, so I would like to use ChatGPT to speed up our development. So because I don't want this video to get very long, so in order to do that, let me go to our ChatGPT, our current chat, and then I have a command here I want to paste. All right. So this is my command. I'm just going to paste it here. So what I'm trying to do is try to ask to create a new product dialog model with so we are using React with the material UI and then Tailwind CSS with the following field. So name, price before and the current price, description, category and subcategory, stock, plus image, and then we also want to preview image. But we also want to make sure that steps, so we can use a material UI stepper, form stepper. Okay, let's just send this one and then we will see. All right. All right, now this is the explanation of the component stepper navigation. The UI stepper display the three main steps for adding a product. Each step shows different input field based on active steps. So let's just copy and we go and add this. Instead, what I want to like to do is go to our component, go to component folder, and then in here I want to create another. Let's create a folder in here called product, and then the product. Let's create a component, say add product, a file called add product .jsx, and then just paste this in here. Okay, so if I can walk you through the code, generated code, you see, for example, you import a dialog and dialog title, the dialog content, step label, button, text field, select menu item, input label, form control from material UI, and then also import the style and then add photo, alternate icon, and we have used theme, all of that. So we have all of this one, but what most important we can see is about open these functions we are passing here as a parameter. You have open, on close, on you have open, on close, and on save. So these are functions we actually going to pass as a parameters. If you go down, scroll just down a bit before go through all the form. You'll see now we need these forms that are missing. Say for example, they say you're missing the props, so we need to add them. But before adding them, I can walk you through the inputs. So product data, set product data, use state. So we set the product data to nil, name to nil, price before, current price, description, category, subcategory, stock, and then image. All of them, we set them to nil and empty string. So here we create a theme, and then handle image. So handle image input. Also we have for handle image input, you see, for example, we get the event, and then the event we have name and then value plus files. So we are assigning all of this from, we are getting the data from so we are getting the data from the event and then assign them to these variables, and then set the product. We send a product data and then connect with the file name. You set the file name. We access the current. If the file name is not empty, we access the first object, first element from the array of files. Else we set the value. The following one is okay, for image, we can see we are setting all the values from event. So we get the event, and then we assign all the name, value, and then files. The following one is navigation, handle navigate. So step active, I set active step, so which is actually up here. This is the active step, and then set active step, which is equal to, by default is equal to 1. And then we call now, anytime you are calling the step is +1, or we can also call it handled back, which the step now will be -1, which is now previous step. We have now submit, handle submit. So on save, so we call we are saving the data, so we call on save. So that means that we will pass the data to our add product component. If we want to use it, this one here, so we can also choose to just handle the form input submission from here, and then after that we close the component. So close component. This is actually, the function is actually from up here. This is the close component, but we need to pass props for this. That's why you see these errors showing you that is missing in props validation. So we need to add props. So all these props, to add them, you can just come down here, say add product. AI automatically will auto-fill this for you, but we need to import the prop types. You can go up here, import, can do import prop types from prop types. From prop types, we want to see where we add this from. Get rid of this one first, and then you have to make sure that you are adding it. Let's try add here, and then save. But this one, we can get rid of this error. Just remove a React, and the error is gone. Theme, we are not using theme. The theme is assign a value but never use. So you can actually remove the theme. You can keep it for now or just ignore it. If you do control or command dot, it will ask you to disable for that line. You can actually disable it if you want. Okay, so I'm still walking you through the form generated by AI. Now we have this is handle view image, preview image. So preview image is just a variable. Variable we check if we have image, if product.image, and then we preview the image. We set the URL for the image, else is empty. So down here we want to preview the image. Down here we preview image down here. So we check if you have image, you set the image source, else we just leave it empty. So for the inputs, this is the dialog, and this is dialog material UI also. And then we have a dialog title, and we have a custom dialog content, so which have all this content here. But what I should do is save this, and then we want to try it. So to give it a try, we want to use this in add product. So I can go to, first of all, let's see add product. This is our add product. But what I like to do is forget about this one and then go to products. This is our product, and then show add product here. So I can go to seller products. This is seller products, and we want to call add product. So if you want to call that, we can just we can actually wrap this in a fragment, and then we just call add product. So for add product, we can call add product, and then this function we need this function will require some of the stuff. So we have on close. So for on close, we have to let's say handle on close, handle on close, but we have much more. We have on save, and then on open. So to make things a bit clear, you can say on close, say on open, say handle open open add product. So this makes sense. So the function will be the same as this, but first of all you have to make sure that you are going to change the name for the function, and then up here we change it to this one, and also down we change this one. We can also change it to this to handle add product on close, handle add product on close. So take this one. You also have handle add product on save. All right, let's go and change this one on close, and handle add product on save. So down here, handle add product on close, on close, and handle add product on save. Handle add product on close. So handle add product on close. All right. So back here, see now we have changed our method handle add product on close, and then this will be handle add product on close, and handle add product on save, and handle add product on save. So we can go and create these methods, this function, sorry. And then also need to create a handle add product on save and handle add product on handle open add product. So we need to create, to open now the model, we need to create a function variable. Let's say add, let's say is add new product. First of all, let's see. I want to show you that if you could call this function here, but first of all, you need to, what you can do, you could wrap this, you could do flex and then justify between, then you do item center. So div also just have this title here, and then the following one is going to be also a div, the add product, and then we call handle add product, handle add product. Try to reload product. Now you can see, so we have the model here. So now we have categories and subcategories. So this depends on how you want to set it. All right, so what we want to do is we want to handle this. As you can see, this one is not actually closing, but we want to only show this if you click in this button. All right, let's go and add that. And then guys, so to add that, first of all, if you go to this is Material UI official website, you can go and you see search for dialog model, and then you see that if you scroll down a little bit, this is the model, and then select JavaScript. So you see the model actually take props, but we are more concerned on opening and closing model. So you have the model, the dialog model, take a function which is on a handle on close. First of all, let's see, is this a function or a variable? If you go up here, this one here, so we got variables. We got a variable which is on open, so it is actually boolean on open, and then on close also we call a function. If you come down here is props. On close is a function, and then on open, open is actually a variable boolean, and then select value or whatever. So we are concerned, or we are more interested in these two elements, on close and open. So to do that, we can go to our VS Code. So you can see now here, okay, this is our model, add product model. This is add product model. Now in this add product model here, what we are passing here on open, this is supposed to be a boolean. It's actually a boolean, correct? So now it means if this one is true, automatically the model will be open. That's why you see what the model we have here is actually open by default. So it cannot close, it cannot do anything. So to do this, we can to start closing it and opening it. So you have to go to where we are using the model here, and then make sure that in step here, this one we actually pass not a function, but we are passing a variable. So let's create a variable, for example, is add product. Is add product open. So create this variable, and then let's go here up and create this variable is add product, then set is add product is equal to false by default, and then we can now use this open or whatever to set now this to true. We set to true. So on click down here, we are click click add product, and then we set it to true. We call that function. We can also just use it here if you want. So I mean, you can just use inline function and then just set that to true. If you want, you can call inline function, whatever, but let's do it, make it this way, a bit simpler. And then on save, if the product also was saved, we also want to set to false. So we set our variable to false. And on close, we also want to set to false. So we need to import the use state. So to do that, we can go import use state. So save, we don't have any error down here. That's okay. So we go back to our seller dashboard. Now you see the model now is gone. So if I press this, I click on this button, now the model will appear. So let's go and click. Now we have the model. Let's go and click. Now it's closed. So we can reload to confirm. Okay, now go to products. And then we have a button here, add, show the model, and close. So that's it. Okay, guys. So next we are going to start now adding your product. Organize our dashboard content. So once what the product. So we need now to be redirected to that specific product to see how the product looks and how to update it. All right. Okay. Let's go and start doing it. All right, guys. So now we want to improve our form. We want to improve or add some things, some stuff to create product before start submitting the product. First of all, we want to improve the steps, validation. We want to add all of that. So we are going to use some packages here. I want to show you my JSON package. So here is my JSON package. So in the JSON package, you can see we are using Axio for form submission, and then we are using a form kit. So form kit, you can go to your browser, type for form kit. This is the official website. So form kit. This is the official website. We are also using React Yap. So you can also go and make sure you have this included in your JSON package. React Yap is actually down here. So make sure you have this package included. So to get started, validation, all of that. First of all, we have to bring in the Yap. So just down here, we can import Yap, import all, say Yap, sorry, as Yap. So from Yap. We also want to import the form kit. So where we are importing form, we also want to import form kit. So we can import form kit. So we have import form kit, but we can import field. Let's import form form and field. Sorry. Import form and field. Import form and field from form kit. That's it for now. So here we have the validation. So we have the steps. Let's see the steps we have. For our steps, we have product details. We're supposed to have a product name. We have product details, price, and inventory plus image. All right, that's good. That is for stepper. This is stepper. So stepper, so for steppers, we are using MUI steppers. Steppers. So you are using material UI stepper component. So it's here. You can take a look and try to play around with this. Okay, so we're using these are steppers and steps titles. Okay, but before that, let's go ahead and first of all create our validation schema. Okay, let's say validation schema for each step in stepper. In stepper form using so we are using the YAP. All right, so we can create a validation schema. Do const a validation schema is equal to yap.object.shape, and then now we start adding our validations. Okay, let's see first of all what we have here. We have product name is required. Price before is not required, so we don't need it's not required price before, so we can remove this one. But current price is required. You can call it current price or price. So anywhere is current price, we can change it to price to just make change. If you do Control Shift, let me do it again. So just put your cursor where is the something you want to edit, where the value you want to edit, and then do Control. Press on Control plus Shift plus L to edit all. So we just change this to price. Right. Price, we said current price is required, or just price is required. We can change this to price is required. Next, but we want to make sure that the price is it must be positive, so we can do something like dot positive. Here is price, but we can make sure that price is number. First of all, price is number, and we don't want for user to pass negative number, so we can do something like positive. Dot positive must be positive. So this one is to prevent user from setting the number like 0 or minus, stuff like that. All right, so next is all right, so next is a description. Description with string must be, description is required. Also have a category is required, and the subcategory is subcategory also is required. We can set required or not required, so it depends on the settings how we want to set. But stock is also required, is a number also is required, but you can also make sure that is must also be positive. Must be positive. And the image is also mix. Image is a mix and is also required. So you cannot post a product without image. So the user must provide an image. I think this is it for the validation. So what we want to do, we want to pass the our validation, first of all, we want to wrap. We want to use a form kit here. So to use form kit, let's go ahead and just set it up, and then we will pass our value, our validation, all of that. So scroll down a little bit. All right, so to use form kit, all of this one, so we need to wrap all, we need to use all of this one, add this one inside, wrap inside the form kit actually. Yeah, copy all of this from here, just cut it, and then I want to use form kit. So I want to wrap this in form kit. Then just, but before that, if you press that, so we must you can go to the browser, check for form kit, so you at least you see so form kit. Okay, here's an example how you can use a form kit. So we initial the value. I'm going to initial the value on submit, all of that. So, and then also you wrap the form, and then now you wrap the form where now we can set the field. So what we want to do in this case, we want to also wrap the form. We want to use the form. Sorry. First of all, the form. And then I want to give some class to give some spaces between, but before that, let's just go and set first of all the value. So we want to set the active steps, all of that. But one thing I would like to do first, we want to access the value, access the state for the value, set the field. So to do that, we can create function where we can access actually. We can create a callback where we can start accessing all the data. So we can create, for example, is submitting to get is submitting state from the form kit, is submitting, create is submitting, and then also I want to create another function, let's say for example set field. So this will help us to update the field, set field value, and then we also need to kind of access errors, say access errors, and then also touch, check also if it's valid. All right. Okay, so next we can now wrap our form. We can now use our form. So we can do form, and then now paste our filters. But first paste our paste, and then paste our field steps. So these are steps. So you just wrap the form, but before that you wrap our form kit. So we here we are trying to access the, you can set the value to update the state. I will show you how we're going to do that. But also we need to check if it's submitting. Scroll down a little bit. We want to update some things here. First of all, image, we can you don't need to have a flex here, so just remove this one. Instead to have the image on a button like this, what we could have done is, instead of flex, remove the image and then just add here. You can add comment here, preview image, and then just press this one here. Okay, that's not it. That's not yet. That's not yet. We still have to add now the value. So we go to form kit. We now need to pass our values. First of all, in your form kit, we now need to pass the initial value, which is now form data, and then also need to pass the validation schema, which is now, this is our validation schema, the one we just created here. Right. That's it for this one. So handle on submit. Now we need to create. We need now to set on submit. On submit is there, but we cannot have two on submit here. If you see down here, somewhere here we are calling on submit. Here we are calling on submit. I don't think we should call this on submit there. We don't need to call on submit here. Just get rid of this one since we are using instead we can update this one, but don't worry, we are coming back to update this. Let's first of all correct up here. Right, let's scroll a little bit up again. Okay, so for now let's try to save, and I'll save, but we are not using field there. Let's try to see which field are you using here. Text field. So instead of using text field, first of all, let's see where we are importing it. So go back to the top. So we are importing this one we are using is from material UI. Get rid of this one, and then go just down a little bit. Instead of using this, so press on Control Shift L to edit all of them. So we want to, instead to use text field, you just want to use field. Yeah, we want to change that to field. So now in this case, now we are using now the field from the one we imported from form kit. All right. Something else here is giving this error, so we have to try to find it. All right, guys, this is development or coding step by step. So we are coding step by step. Please subscribe to get more updates. This is actually from here, but we can just save and then go back to our app. This is our app. Just cancel this one and then try to reload. Okay, so to add product, you need to go to products and then click add product. This is what we have so far. You can see our form still working properly, but kind of we have an extra input here, so we have to try to find that input where it's coming from. So let's go and find that one. That is this one. Let's try and find it. Back to VS Code. Back to VS Code. Let's have a look. Okay, for our form, we see we are passing first of all, let's create some space. Let's add some class here to add some space between margin top, but we also want to add margin top is equal to 4, but we also want to add space between the fielders. If you go to here, we want to space or add space between this one. So here we can do something space xy, space y, or top and bottom within the elements set to 4 pixel. try to reload the page. Let's see. Go to product, back step. We have to correct this a little bit. Oh, we are wrapping, so we have to remove the div. We can see this div here, so you have to remove that the version. And then also I can see we are using form controller, so we need to remove all this one since we are using form, so we need only use the form, so we don't need to wrap anything else inside there. Okay, and then also here you can get rid of this one. This one too. And here something is missing here. Let's have a look. I think let's go back a little bit to see something is missing somewhere here. You have to find it. I think we cut it in the wrong way. So what you can do is you want to remove from here, then also cut form controller, which is a category. So we'll get rid of this form controller too. So we have to copy from here up here, copy this one to make sure that there's no error. Copy from the bottom here, copy that, and then remove this one. Save that. Oh, I see. If we copy that, we need to wrap in. Let's try to change this over here, and then the error is gone. The error is gone. So at the bottom, just scroll so a little bit. We want to get rid of the div, and then just wrap this in a fragment and save. Also, there's no error. From here, copy this one, and then also this one. But we want to get rid. We can keep this one. We're going to keep this section. And here, copy this one. And try to save also. And the error is gone. So we will change the form controller, the select category. Actually, we are not going to select category this way. So I'm going to show you how we're going to do it. Just save this for now and go back to our browser. Try to reload. This is step 1, step 2. All right, so we need to fix the form field, the one we imported from from form kit. What we can do is we want to pass so we want to pass some style. So we can actually pass the style. So we can get the style from the material UI of text field style. So we can import. So we can import text field from material UI text field. So we want to use this from for our text field. So we can go to scroll down. Let's start with the first one here. So let's say as text field. So we can do as text field. But also we want to add so label name. We have label name. We have the name. Or we can also add class. Let's say class name. Margin top. Say margin top. Let's say to 6. Then save that. We'll say what else we want to add. You can also need to set also error. Set error. Error, and then we set touch, and then we select the name. For this one is actually the name, and then we check we show the error if there's no name. If no name, if error dot not name, we show that. We also want to show I can do a help text. Help text. So we help text, that will be for name. So let's just save this and then go back to our browser and then try to preview what we have now. So this now is a name. So the thing is, now you see when there's nothing there, you see error. So the validation is automatically there. The thing is, you have to do for all of the rest of the text field. So to make this video short, I can do it offline and then I'll just come to explain to you. All right, guys. So if some value here, some stuff here, we don't really need them. For example, set value. This one is set automatically. We don't need to set this one. And on change, we don't need all of this one. Yeah, we don't need all of this. So now we're just going to set this. Set value, remove this one, but I can copy this one, copy this too, and then change here. This one will be description and the description. And also here for category, we can keep it this way because we are coming to update it. So we will remove a category. We don't need to set it this way. I will show you how we are going to handle the categories. Scroll so down. This one, the number, the discount price. All right, for discount price, we want to set errors. We want to also set this one. So we will want to handle some stuff there. First of all, price before, and then also price before. But we can correct this one a little bit. For price before, we can make some change. For price before, since we are also setting error, so that means we need to be on it for it to be required. If go down, scroll up here, Here is the price before. Where is the price before then? Sorry. Yep, validation, and we don't have price before. Let's say price before is equal to number, is equal to number. Let's just set the required. Set also is required. And price now. So for price now, price now cannot be less than, cannot be greater than price before. So to handle that issue, we have to check when the user set the price now, and then to calculate if it does match the price before. If it's not greater than, less than, greater than price before. So we can do tests. So something we want to do is we can check if price before, if current price is not greater than price before, it must be less. So we can do something, for example, allow the first of all, let's allow the empty to make sure that it's nullable, all right? And then we don't, if it is nullable, we don't require this one, we don't set this one, but we can do something, for example, set test, and then in the test we want to check if is greater than price, is greater than price. So we can check can add greater than price, greater than price. So I'm going to explain to you how we're going to handle this one. So greater than price. Price before must be greater than price. Let's see that. So we will just show, let's add just show here price before price before must be greater than price. Sorry. All right, guys. So what we are trying to do here, we are trying to check if the price before is greater than the current price, so we pass it. Or if there's nothing, there is no price set, so we just pass it, set to true, consider as empty. All right, so down here we scroll, go back down at the bottom where you are setting the price. This is price before, and we don't need this one, don't need this value. Remove, get rid of this. Make sure so you don't have it in the other value, the other text field. All right, so this is a price before, and then for price now we want to set the same thing, these two, get rid of these two, and we're just going to set this one. So this is going to be price, and then also price. Okay, next we'll scroll a little bit down. You can also get rid of this, and we just add here, this is going to be stock. So stock, stock. Okay, that's it. If you save now, go back to our application. Now this is what we have now. So everything is now much clear. Can you go to next one? Oh, we still have the last one. Which one is it? Let's have a look first. Category and stock. Okay, looks like the stock need to be fixed. Oh, stock we need to add as text field. And make sure also we set this to as text field here, and then also as text field here. Yeah, so save that. So we have the price before, and then and then also stock quantity. So I think this is it for the design for our phone for post create product. So what I want to do first of all, I want to show you for image. Remember we use the AI to generate this. So some few things you need to update here. For image, if you try to upload image, now we can preview image here, but we want to fix it a little bit. All right, image is here, but instead to have this, we can set say white to full, and then or we can set height to auto. No, set height to 7 something, and the height is just auto, but not something like half screen or quarter of screen. Let's try this one. So the image will be this size, much bigger. So you can try to play around with this, or if you put for that, it will be half screen, quarter of the current size, or you can just set the size, for example, to height to let's say 72. That's not bad, that's good. But if you go to small screen, for small screen, you can try to reload. This is what we have in small screen. Okay, guys. So, but maybe you want to view the full image. You can change this object to fill. So this will show you the entire screen. But if you change that, you will probably have to set this to auto, so that it can help you view the full image. So this depends on how you want to do it, but I'm just showing you the example, a different way you can handle this one. Next we want to test now posting our sending now our data to the back end, create our first product. But what we are just working through the design. But before that, we can work on the categories. So we need to create a list of categories, so where we can select from. All right, let me get the categories and I'll get back. All right, guys. So for categories, let's just go out. We can create a list. I have a list of categories. So you can go to our components, but you can, let's do it on utils. Then let's create a file here called categories list.js. All right, and then I'm just going to paste this one here. This is a list of categories. If you scroll, you can see that this is what we have. So we got match categories. So now we need now to create a list here, but instead of doing everything here, we could create a reusable component. So let's go to component here and then create sorry, let's just create a file here called category selector .jsx. So the job for this file is this function is only to select the category and then return it. So to do that, we can create a function category selector and then export it. So this function we want is to take let's say we need two functions here on cat selector, on category selector, on category change. That's okay. So on subcategory, because also we want the subcategory on subcategory change. So you can now create category selector dot prop types. So we pass all of this one down, all the functions and they are required. But now we need to import prop types here. Sorry, import prop types from prop types. Okay. Now we want to use AI so that we can speed up, because we have a little bit more to code here. So we just use AI to generate different content, to just generate some code, and then we will edit it. All right. To do that, first of all, copy a list of our categories and then go to AI. We will paste it here. Let's just say list of categories. Paste this one here, and let's create. But you can stop that to say let's create our reusable categories. Category selector. Here is my function. Here is my function. So we pass this one. Here is our category selector. Okay, let's paste this and then let's paste this one. Scroll down a little bit to see what we have. All right, this is start from the top. Create a functional category selector. So this is what we have, the code category selector. Let's copy and then go to AI. So see how we can speed up our development. Let's paste this from here. We can remove React to avoid that error. Okay, so in our function, we have a category selector. This on change. So these are two functions we created before. So what we have here is we get import our list of categories from just our list here, and then we want to loop through on it. But before that, selected category, set selected category variable, and then this is a list of all categories. Find selected category. So we try to match from all categories, select the name, all of that. We try to loop through all categories, find cat name, and then we get category name. For new subcategory also, we also do the same thing. But first of all, before coming back and review this code, let's just go and call this category selector in our add product. So in our add product, if you scroll somewhere here, we are passing categories. Here, we can actually remove this one. We don't need this like this. Remove it. But instead, say categories. Category selector. Category selector. It's going to have now our category selector, which we can we want to auto reload category selector, and we have some function here on select category and on select also subcategory. Up here, main item label controller, clear this one to avoid error, and then invalid on submit, all of that. So we will actually review this one, but let's scroll down a little bit, just down. Where is the category selector? Okay, we're working on this one. Let's just save and then see what you get there, what we have. All right, failed to resolve import hooks categories. Okay, this is not on hooks, it's actually on this is on utils. Sorry. Just actually we could have moved it to category. So what you can do is just to hooks. You can remove. We could remove this to hooks. Just remove it to hooks. So this will make it does make sense. From there it makes it does make sense. It makes sense. Okay. Let's try to reload again, and then go to product and add product. Okay. So this is what we have here. Select category. If you select now, you see the subcategory, but it doesn't look nice. So we have to correct the design. We have to review our code generated by AI. Okay, we can go back to here. So we have to use we can use a form controller. You can use form controller. You can use selector. All of that. All right, let's go and do that. All right, guys. So to do that, we need to import some. We need to import material UI, so we can use material UI, form or form control, form helper test, all of that. So we can import. First of all, let's import form controller. No, form control. First of all, let's import form. Import form control from material UI. And then also we want to import selector, import select, import select from material UI, and then also import. We also want to import menu item. Menu item from material UI, and also input label from material UI. I think that's it. So we have from control, and then input labels. All right. So at the bottom, we want to wrap. If you scroll down here, instead of wrapping this and just div, what you could do here, we could first of all, we want to wrap this with a form form selector. So instead, we just what we can do, just go here and change this to form control. Make sure it also doesn't match the bottom one. All right. So form control, and then form control input label. So for the label here, we can use for the label we can use input label. First of all, save that, go to our categories. Okay, go back to the product and add product, so categories, but we want to change all of this. We want to make sure that it does look nice. So material UI has a way make the design, so you don't have to design everything from scratch. What I mean is, instead, let's first of all use here input label, and then for input label we want to give it id of demo, id of category select, and we're just going to say select category, and so we want to add now. We want to use selector. Instead to use this one, we can use selector. Can use actually we can what we can do is copy this one inside, copy this one, and then change this to selector. Control Shift L. Nope, that will select unnecessary. So just change manually to select, and then also down here you can also select. You can also do select here. Also get rid of this. You don't need this one anymore. And down, change this to select to selector, and get rid of this. So we just replace this one, but you can change something like this, and just add wrap this in the inside. And now input, select subcategory, input label. Looks like it's not correct. Input label. So what we can do is try to wrap this input label, and is the name correct? Input label. input label, and so instead to use of using options, we want to use a menu item. Instead of using options for select for default HTML, but since you are using this one, so you want to use item selector. No, menu item. So can you change this to menu item, and then also this one. Scroll so down here, change this one to menu item, and menu item. That's it. Okay. We have on change, and then also for the first one, for this first one, so we need to give also our menu label, a label ID. This one, so we need to give it label ID. Label ID. You can just say category select, and then we want to give the value, the default value. Say value is equal to selected category, and now we can give it a label. Say label is equal to select category. Oh, it looks like we have a duplicate here, so we can check. Let's remove this one first. Okay, let's just set the one at the bottom. So this one, this category selector, subcategory. For the subcategory, we're also going to do the same thing. Also, we need to add ID. Subcategory, we need to add label ID, and then label, and then we need to set the ID. For ID is going to be subcategory. Did you set the? Let's check if confirm if you have an ID here. We don't have ID. We need to add ID for the parent. So ID select category, and all right. So this is it for subcategory. But what we can do, we can first of all have a look, test this one. But also we can also import. We can import. You can also import form helpers text. Import that from material UI form helper text from material UI. So we want to use it down here. Just scroll down and then add form helper text. For the text, you're just going to be select a subcategory. Select a subcategory. Let's save this and go back to our. Let's go back to our UI to see. Try to reload. This is a bit slow. Okay, go to product, and then now this is our category. Select a subcategory. If you select, let's say for example, fashion, now you see we have now this subcategory, but the parent is there. Select subcategory fashion for women or men. Now we have subcategory here. But what we want to do, if we go to our original design, this is the original design. This is the original website. If I try to fill in all of this one and go to the next, you see select the category, and then subcategory is going on the side. So to have this design, you can try to use flex. We can use flex, or you can set the white for the form controller. Form control, I keep saying form controller. Sorry. First of all, we need to wrap, so we need to select, separate this if you want to use that. So you can select this. We can actually wrap this in another, let's wrap this in a form control so that you can give it some design. Let's say form control, and then we will remove the parent one. So form control. So I can remove this one from here. No, this one, the parent one, it can actually be just replace this with a div. Replace this with a div. Make sure it's also div at the bottom. This one, div. And this here, we can actually use form control. Use form control. So if you save that, go back to, we still have the same thing, but now the design is gone. So what you see now is going flex. But what you can do, we can actually set some wider. You can set the style. You can style the form control. So you can do SX for style, and then we set the wide to margin to 1, and mini, okay, margin to 1, and mini wide to 21. That's okay. So that means even the this one too, you can set the same thing. Now save, go back. This is what we have now. All right, and then subcategory. Okay, but we can also here we can try to use the Tailwind here to style it, to make sure that this one is going to be full. This is going to be full wide. Set wide to full. Wide to full. So where we are using it, we are using this one actually here. In here, you can try to wrap this in a div, and then try to set the style. Try to style it, class, and then set wide to full. Okay, but is one thing you have to do before continuing is correct. First of all, category selector. This one you're actually using it at the wrong place, so get rid of remove it from here, and then we add it from inside the here. Select select a subcategory, and the top you can also use here. Now here is select a category, then just save that. Now this is what we have. So we have here select category and select subcategory. I think this is it for now. Let's go and test it, first of all, our form to get the value on submit. All right, guys. So let's go and test our form submission. But before that, let's make some correction here. Few things. Some of the required things is we want to check what is required. Price before is not required, is nil. Subcategory is not required, is nillable. And then we should remove this one then. What else is required? We can also fix another error here, which is just scroll down a little bit. Text help. This is a helper text. Helper text. So this is actually helper text. Let's see. Helper text. Okay, well, let's try to see that. Just save and then go back to our app. We need to reload. Go back to product and add here. Okay, everything seem working. We want to test, but before that, we want to check some stuff here. Okay, but we can console.log the just form value. Scroll up a little bit where we submit the data here. Actually, we're supposed to have value. This function will take two params, value and then actions. What we want to do, we want to first of all to see the value of the form input field. So we can do console.log form of values, say values, and then just pass this one. Go back, try to fill in all the inputs, and then next, quantity, and then upload image. And try to save that. Click save. So it looks like the on save button is disabled. It's not working actually. So this is the button. If you remove this one, the button is not actually responding. You want to make sure it's actually the one. So if you try dot dot, you see actually it's the button, is the one. That is the element. So if it's not working, that's probably the form validations. First of all, let's check the image. On select image, handle image. Let's see. Handle image. So we're supposed to pass the form input there. Yeah, we're supposed to set the input. we're supposed to set the input, but image looks like we have image already. The only thing we can do is go back to form here and then try to add some validation. Let's try to do validation. We can do validate on blur. We can set that to, let's just set that to false for now. It's false. And then validate on change. Let's set false. So, but we can check this one. Take this one and then, okay, we can disable this. We can do something, for example, disable this if it's not submitting or whatever. But for now, we are testing, we are trying to debug the issue. So we just comment that and then go back to the browser and then try to save again. Looks like we are not hitting, we are not calling the on submit. So where is the on submit? This is on submit. This is on submit. All right, guys. So let's try to find why this is not working. We try to review our code step by step. So this is how you actually debug. You debug some issue to find where is error. So name, price, required, yes. Description is required, yes. And category, subcategory is not required. Stock is required. Image, price before is not required. All right, that's it. Scroll down a little bit, we have steps. So for steps, the first one we have products, pricing, inventory, and image. So for step, well, that's okay. The following one, we have active step. Are you checking for active step? Let's go check if you are actually checking for active step from our form. We are passing validation scheme. Passing the validation scheme, so you have to check for steps, for active steps. And then now we are checking validate. This one validate on blue. So let's try to get rid of this one. We want to see the validation. We can try to see catch the errors if there are any. So if we want to catch the error, we take the is valid, then scroll down a little bit where we are using the is valid here, where we comment it and then uncomment. So you want to see if it's not valid, this one will be disabled. If it's not valid, or if is submitting. Okay, that's correct. Scroll again a little bit to the top. So we are just working through our form to see all the required fields. For on change image here, this one here, so it's a couple of things you could do. Actually, this is the one on change. There is a couple of things we could do. We can also check the type of image you are receiving. Type of image. uh, here we are keeping image, we are keeping name, file name, value, and then we are keeping name, values, and then files. But we can check if we can do some check, some conditions. We can do, for example, if name is equal to image, so we can set name and then also image. Else we can set else we can set name. We take all the data from data plus concatenate all from data plus, now set our value, set the name and then the value. So that is another way, but we can also go further. Or I think maybe you can do file name. So we check if file is not empty and check if file and then if file you check and then we access the first element, which is the index of 0 from the file, else we use the value. Okay, that's correct. And then console.log, where we are using we are just submitting to see the form data. On submit, it's just console.log the value. Yeah, let's save that back to our browser and then try to reload. Try to reload, and then we want to go to products and then add product, and just fill in all the information, just some random content here. Then also select a category. Next, price before, some just random number, and then the next form was submitted. Just submitted, okay, but was submitted before we select our was submitted before select image, but we want to check, want to make sure that image also is required. So if you go back here, up, image is required, yes, and then price before. Let's try again. Add product, select image, select product, add stock, then save. Okay, I want to see category image is empty. All inputs are empty. All right, let's try to reload. Go add product, and then spot outdoor, whatever. But I wonder, when I add price and click next, submit the product, submit the form. So we have to check why that. Why is not completing all the field, all the steps. The last step is but now we need to check if it's valid. I need to check for all steps. So all right, we could create let's create a variable here to just check if let's say check if the current step is last. Current step is the last. Okay, so is the last one. So we can do const is last step is equal to active step if active step is equal to step.length minus 1. So that means now that is the last step. Right, that's good. Now we take the last step before even submitting the data. Where are you submitting? Yeah. Before even submitting the data, we must check that if this is the last step. Before submitting the data, we must check that, okay, this is actually the last step. So what we can do here is if is last step, okay, we go ahead and add this console.log this one, else keep going. But that's not it. We have to also go down here, scroll where you are submitting. You are submitting, you are checking if it's valid or is not, if it's valid or is submitting. But also we can check if or or is last step. Let's save that. Go back to add product. Let's try to reload. Okay, add product, and then select category, and then subcategory, and next price 10, and then 8, 550, and then category. Now we are not changing stock, and then add product, select product. Okay, but now it's still disabled. So why is it still disabled? Because it's supposed to show that, okay, this is actually the last step. If it's last step, for example, here you see we are checking active step is equal to step if it's less than step minus 1. Steps dot length minus 1 will show next. We will show here next. For this one, if I remove this, now this is active, but if I add it, let's say is last step. Yes, because it's last step, but we also need to make sure that we are updating the is last step. But another way, we could also check for image, since we have preview image. So we want to make sure that the preview image is available. Where is preview image? Change. Preview image. We can check if the preview image is available instead. Preview image is not available. Let's try to change the image to something else. Nope. Let's try back, and then back again. We still have the data, and then try to select category, go next, then next. But next not supposed to. Okay, let's try to use AI to update this code, then to clean up before continue. Okay, let's clean up this one. And also fix the next step and submission, but not do not rename variables or methods. Variables. All right, so all right, let's copy the cleanup code and then just going to add it to paste it to our VS Code to see now what AI has cleaned up. So this is actually the clean up version. So key change update. Let's just go to our VS Code and then see the updates. You can clean it up also. We are not using the use theme. Can get rid of that, and then set product data. You are not using that. We will update that one. Okay, so on submit, we still have the is last step. Okay, we're checking if is last step. Okay, and then if not last step, we just set next. Set um, set active. Set active. Next step. Step prev step plus one. Next, everything remaining the same except we have additional checkup here, additional validation. First of all, our validation here, if you scroll up, is actually still the same. So description is the same category and then subcategory. So we have price before and price now. So for price before, actually is a bit change. AI suggests that we can do value and context. So if not value or value is greater than parent dot price, so that's not supposed to be like that. That's supposed to be you're supposed to return an error if current value is greater than the price. Discounted price must be less than original price. All right. The price is actually there. and we have stock, which is number, image, which is also mixed and is required. So that's it. We don't have much update. So if you scroll down a little bit, just scroll down here. Okay, instead to have two buttons, so what AI also suggests that, okay, we could use just one button. So one button if it's valid or is submitting. So, okay, this is good. If is last step, so we can do submit, or next. If it's not, we just set to next. Disable if it's submitting. All right. Here is our step, but I want to show you the key point, the key key change, sorry, is where you are checking here, where you are calling the submit. Remember, first of all, we check that the form was submitting in step 2, step 3, but right now, we check if it's not last, we just set next, we just enable the next step. So that is the only change we have made here. Everything else remaining the same, so you can keep the same. So let's just save that. For these errors, try to ignore this error. We will work on it. This warning messages. So go back to our form data. Try to reload. Add product. Select category. Then select again. Go next. Price. Then 10. Next. Then add stock 1. Upload image here. Now we are able to submit the product. Okay. All right. So from the change we have here, we don't have much change, except we are doing some validation here. So if you go to AI to see the suggestion from AI, you see, okay, validate the schemas, active step, each active steps or active step, each step now has its own validation schema. All right, so we've changed, let's see. Let's go to our code and let's see the change. All right. Okay, down here, we are enabling the reinitialize and then also validate mount. And then, so we added the key here, validate mount. Okay, and then now the step, remember up here, we are added this one also still the same, but we added the enable step. You added, go to next step, submit. All right, submit. On submit, if it's not last, okay, we have submit if is last. We call the save method, but everything else is still the same. So you can see a little bit of change. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you this the form data, so you don't have to type everything here. You can also, I'm going to share this code on the GitHub repository, so you can walk through it. Okay, that's for the form data. If you can also try to on submit here, you can try to console.log the value. Let's see the value. Console.log the value. But we don't want to call the add product. We want to keep the model open. Let's go back to this is our application. then add product. We must reload that list. Add product and book. Right, next, then also next, and next. Select image, and then add. But we are not showing, we are not previewing image. We need to preview our image. So to preview our image, we can we have to see handle image where we are selecting image. So this is the image on select. We set the image, but what we want to do on select, we don't want to handle this here. Instead, we want to handle it somewhere there so that we can set image. Let's see first. Okay, let's go and add preview image. All right, guys. So for preview image, we're just going to set back the function we had before. So I'm just going to paste it here. What we had before, preview image. Preview image. So it's just the same thing. We set the image set to nil, and then we have the handler handle image change. So for that, what we should do is we set that here down. So where we are selecting image, instead pass that through. Instead to have this preview image here, we want to set the, let's see. On select image, we call this function. We call our function handle image. We set the value, but before value, we need to set the event. So on select, actually, we need to pass. Let's say what we can do is, okay, just pass now the function here, and then pass the event. Okay, pass the event, and then set the value, and then there now we'll set the value. So here we can use up here our function preview image. This is the preview image, so we can just take this one and then review and take this variable and preview image from here. So we check if preview image, and then use image here. This is our image here. So save and back to our application, back to the browser. We want to see the image. If you can preview the image, next, and then also next. Just fill in some data, then next, upload image. Now you are able to see the image now. Pass the stock ID. We want to see, we want to console.log data. This data is image. Now image is there. Name, price before, and then stock, subcategory, category, and subcategory. Form data is equal to, form data is equal to a new form data, and then we just create some entry. We do some for each in our object here, and then create we create now we append now the value, the keys, and then value, and then that that's not yet, but we have to do something else. We have to do try catch. Since we are going to use the Axio, we can do say try catch. Let's say const response is equal to await, so need to wait for the response, and then axios dot post, and then we don't know our API yet, but let's just go response API product, and then form data. But for API, we also need to pass header. Temporarily, let's pass header. I will show you how we can handle data, how we can change this to just create a reusable API. Yeah? And then content type multiple parts from data, because since we are sending images. Yeah? What else? What else here? All right, so first of all, let's check this one. We can use saveapart. Saveapart, this variable, I'm sure is up here. Nope, but you can import saver, import saver base, or base, is it base saver URL, saver base URL. Okay, let's find it. Import saver. Nope. I try util API. Yes. So this is the API. Is actually, you can find it as an util and then API. So remember, we created this earlier, and then this is it. But we can we could also create a back end. For now, let's just go with this one. We will come back to this one later. We will review that one later. Okay, and then await, we need to add make sure that this is asynchronous function. So we do try catch. If it's error, we want to get error message. Scroll up, we want to create error message. Yeah, const error message. We have a error message there. So to try catch, if we get error, you can set error message. Set error message. Yeah? For error message, you can say failed to submit, failed to add product, and then we just pass plus error. But we also need to let's just console.log the error. Console.log error. So for response, if we have a response, we pass from data, but we also need to pass authorization. Let's say authorization, you need to pass the token. Or we just pass the token, and then if we get a response, so we can do something. For example, if a response is 201 is equal to 201, so we do something. Else, we can also check else. Failed to add product. but we don't want to call that close. We just want to console.log response, and then we can add the response dot data, which will be product. So save that. We're just trying to test our API, send the data to API to backend. Give some space here, and then we also want to import Axios. Import Axios. Is it there already? I don't think so. Import Axios from Axios. Let's have a look. Nope. From Axios. Check where is it. Errors. Set to error. This is error message. Okay, so if we have error message, we just scroll down here, we can show the error message. We can show the error message here. Show error message. So if you have error message, we just show error message. If error message, I'm just going to show div class name, say text red 500, and then show this one. Okay, what else we have to do here? I'll scroll down a little bit. Okay, so on submit, we're just going, let's review this function. On submit, we're just going to pass this one, but I think it might also be a problem if the input is empty. So let's just go with that one. The path is product. So if you take our API, so this is our backend URL, where the URL is actually running, where our server is running in the port 5001, and then we pass API because everything. So we can go to our server to actually see what is what we have there. This is our server. It's a bit messy. We have too much console here, so we can try to clear everything here to make it clear. You can check where is console. Let's have a look where is console.log. It's not here. We have a console.log somewhere here. Yeah, you can clear this one, and then also want to close this. Check in here, there's nothing. Then also there's nothing. Okay, but we want to go to app. I want to show you where we have product. We see if we have a product. All right, so this is the product. So so to post the product, so we must hit this path here, API /API /product, and then the rest. If you want, you can add something like product with S. So it just depends. If you want to add the product with S, and then you go back to product route. Where is the product route? So we have to change now product route to use everything, to use now the ID, to use now S. So in this case, post product. Okay, post product, we can go back to our front end. Here is our first front end. So you change here, the S is right here, but you just have to add slash and then create. So means if you want to add now, you want to update product, you have to pass product, products plus product, and then ID. Or you can also remove this one. We just pass the ID. So this depends on how you want to set your routes. So back here to the front end, we want to now send the product. So back to a front end, we want to now post the product. All right. We don't want to call this function. We want to see the errors when you post the product. So we can go to front end, try to post the product. So have a look here again. Is everything okay? We need to reload. Looks like we have an issue. Code syntax error module. Source issued API does not provide an. Okay, let's have a look here. Where is it? Oh, server. Let's have a look again. Try to reload. Okay, the error is gone. Let's try to go to product, add product. We just want to add any random content here to save time. And then fashion, any category is fine. And then go to discount, just fill it. Next, just autofill. And then add product, add the image, select any image, and then send. Let's have a look again. We're having issue here. Have an issue. Yeah. Issue says what? Okay, API. We have the problem here is that failed to load the resource the server APIs create. Respond with the status 400 and 404 not found. Okay. This is our server, this is our client, but if you go down here, where is our route? This is our route. We can try again. So if 404 can see products plus create post form data. Okay, let's go back to back end and then check what we have. Product. Oh, sorry, we forgot to save here. Need to save that. Then back, let's reload. Add product. Just select any random content and select this one. Add any random content. Back. Next. And then upload image. And then save. Let's go to, so we don't have error, but we have something category selector. We have an issue here in category selector. We will work on that. But first of all, we want to see if the product was created. We didn't see any error message. Oh, supposed to check from error message or success. Okay, the product added successfully. All right, the product was added successfully. But we have some errors here, so we will work on these errors. On submit, category change is marked as required in categories, but its value is undefined. Oh, sorry about that. All right, so to fix this issue, subcategory, let's work on that first. Subcategory, where we are getting subcategory, we are selecting category, and on subcategory also add category. Let's reload to see the error. We have to add again product, select any product, category, subcategory, and then next. Fill the form again. Back a little bit, I'll show you what we have to do. Sometimes when we are using a fake filler, it does not really interact with the input, so you have to try to stimulate it. Yeah, back category, and then another category, and then next, and then just any random number. This one. So before sending, let's go to go to network, and then we want to see the request. All right, that was the request, and then product created. All right, guys. So welcome back. Now we are going now to test our API. Posting the product. Last we tried, we didn't work properly. So for now, let's go and just try to post some product, and now we can debug the issue. Just going to send any random content because we are not saving it. Huh? And then also this one. But before sending, we have to go back to what the issue we had. This one is supposed actually to be just some content type. Content type is supposed to multiple form data. And then I can also correct this one. You can use session. Session. We have a session, session.token. But we check if you don't have, if the session is not defined, so we return. We don't want to create a problem there. We just have to check it first. Since we don't have session, we can go up here, right here, somewhere we need, here we can actually define session. Like session is equal to use authentication. So use authentication is not there. We can actually get it from import it from say use authentication from hooks. I think we just import it like this. Okay. Scroll down a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, let's just scroll down. So we check if you have session, and then we're just going to use a session data. Let's try to just reload, and then go to product. Try to send. Just add any random content in here. Then next, add also. Just back a little bit. Random content. And then just add any number, and then select image. and save. So we actually want to see what is happening if you send, save. We're getting an this is a binary, educational, all of that. But if you go to the server, this is the server. We are getting the data. We want to access the data from the let's console.log request.body request.body to see what we get in there. So we can go back and then try to send again. Looks like we have an issue. We still have the same issue here. We don't have, but let's go back to the back end. Try to see the body is empty, but if you just console.log request, let's see the body. Send again. Let's try to go back to the back end. This is what we're getting. This is the request, but if you see the body here is empty. What we are getting, actually, we are retrieving the user, all of that. So this looks like the body is the issue. So what we can do is the request. Let's try to change here content type to let's try content type to application. No, let's try application / JSON. Yeah, let's try to send payload, and then back to back end. Try to scroll down a little bit again. Now we are receiving the body. Okay, so if we now try to console.log body, we can actually clear this, but let's just clip it, just leave it like that, and then try to send again, see what we get. Now you are receiving the data, so that means, but image is empty. So in order to Axio can handle the, if you send multiple form data the way we want to send, so Axio can handle it. So if it's not handling it, we can work on this issue later. But what I want to show you faster is let's first of all work on back end. On the back end here, let's work on we go to product root. Here is our product root. So we want to work first of all, handle the image submission, image uploading, the disk storage, all of that. So first of all, let's get create the disk, the storage. Let's do something. For example, storage. So do something like storage is equal to Malta. We're actually using Malta, so storage is equal to Malta. No, sorry. Storage is equal to, we want to bring in, we want to require Malta first because we don't have it. Const Malta is equal to require Malta. We want to require Malta. Require Malta. So this will help us to handle the file uploads. So if you don't have it, you can. If you don't have it, I'm sure you have it if you use the setup project we had. You can go to. I want to show you my JSON package. My package JSON. Sorry, this is what I have. So here is the dependencies we are using. Down here, we see we have Morgan. We have all of this, and let's see. Malta is not here. Why Malta is not here? All right, so what we can do is we can actually install it. Just stop the server, and then let's do npm. So we can, let's install Malta. So install Malta and close this one. We don't need this for now. Npm, so you can type npm, type Express.js Malta middleware. So here is Malta. You can actually install it. All right, so let's do npm install. Here is npm, so you can run npm install -- save Malta. So we can go to our server, do npm install -- save Malta. So this is going to install the package, and then all right, that was quick. Let's see now if we have it. Now we have Malta here. Okay, so now let's start our server again. So you can go ahead, please go ahead and read the match documentation, the usage, all of that. For example, this is how you use here. You can require Malta and then upload all of that. So we are going to do all of this. Require Malta and then create the storage, all of that. So what I want to do, go back to our sorry, go back to our back end, and then we require now Malta, and then we want to create now the storage. Okay, so to create storage, set up first of all, set up Malta. We can do Malta for storage, Malta for file upload. So we can do const storage is equal to const storage is equal to Malta. So we get Malta and then disk storage. So we can do, what I like to do is Malta, and then Malta, actually you can do Malta.disk. So access the disk storage, and then what next? Sorry, disk storage. So we want to set the destination. You can set destination. Set the destination. Destination is equal to, we have function, and then a request, and then file. So whatever they will send there, it could be file or image. So in our case, if you go to front end here, front end just a little bit, you are a little bit here. You see, for example, what you are sending here. You want to see the name of what you are sending here. Somewhere here, handling image, the name is actually image, type is file, and then the name is image. So back end, so what you want to make sure that is image. But it doesn't matter, you can leave it to file, it doesn't matter. Let's just go ahead and we will test it to see the problem. The documentation is actually here, so you can also try to go through it, the documentation. Let's just go and follow what we have to do. All right, so the file name, request, all of that, and then we want to set the file name, and then for file name, want to check the original name of the file is set, but the original name is we have to modify the ordinal name. So that means you can do something like this, because if you the same file, if you put the same name, this will actually delete the other file if the user send the file with the same name, so it delete the existing file. So to do that, you can do you can use create a different name or set a different name. So you use date.now, so to just access the name, create the so we use date.now to just create change the name to something else, so that you to prevent the deletion. One thing else you have to do here. Actually, this is okay. Let's just go and use the upload. So we can now use you can now create an upload or upload variable. Say upload upload. So we can do const upload is equal to Malta. Can do is equal to Malta, and then for Malta we want to pass our storage. This storage we just passed here. So we can pass storage to storage or just pass the name. It's okay. We can also try to follow the documentation if you get confused. All right, so we have upload now. So we can use the upload as a middleware from our post create a product request. So what we can do is we can, after authentication, we can also check for, we can also pass the file upload. But now for the file, we have to use the single, since we are only allowing one file. So you can do something single and then we pass the file name. The file name back here, this is our file name. So you pass the file name. That's it for now. So it's also some modification, a little bit you can do from the app.js, our main server. So our main server now can handle the image. So we want our main. All right, so we can go to app.js. This is our app.js controller. We can close all of this one. I don't need these ones. We can close all of this one for now. So in app.js, we want to set the as a server static files, static file, server static file from upload. So this is just to make sure that, okay, from the upload, from the upload. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to set the path for upload. So to access the upload files, so where the user can hit and then get all of these access files where we store. So we want to store all the upload file there. So where it can be accessible, all of that. So the upload file. So for example, if you see here from our directory, from our app, this is our app. This is our app. This is the client. So don't get confused. We have a client, which is this one, and this is the one open in the new window. And then we have the client. You have the server. This is the server actually. So don't get confused with this one. So in this one, if you look at here, we don't have the upload. We don't have the upload directory here, upload folder. So once we start uploading the file, so you see our file be now be storing somewhere here in this called uploads. Okay, let's save that. What else are you missing something here? Okay, so for now, let's close this. We will come back, we get back there if you have any problem. Create, so we upload the file, we check the file, all of that. Now save, back to our controller. So we want to see, we want to see the image we get. Malta not found. Let's try to save again. Go to app.js. Malta not found. Let's see. Why is it not found? Oh, sorry. My bad. Malta. I have a problem. Malta. Wow. Something is wrong here. So everywhere. So if you have the same error, try to do Control Shift L to change the name to Malta. That's correct. Malta disk storage. Okay, Malta disk storage. So this is supposed to be Malta disk storage. It's supposed to be Malta disk storage with a capital S. What else? Okay, the error is gone. Our server is running. You can see connected, so everything is fine. Try to ignore this one. We will fix this one later. Looks like the from Mango driver warning new user is deprecated. If you go to Mango, where is Mango driver? New user. Remove that one. You see the error. That one error is gone. But you have another one. That one also you have to remove this one. Okay, now the error is gone, so we don't have that error anymore. So okay. So if the error is not there, so there's no need to have the parentheses, the curly bracket. Yeah. So I can stop the server and then clear up a little bit. It's a bit messy, and then start again the server. All right, now it's clear, it's clean. Okay, so close the app, get back to product. We want to test, we want to try to upload to create a product. We are not creating a product actually here. We are just returning you can actually just return the data. So you can do JSON, and then we do data or product. You can return product or something, but we are not doing that for now. We're just testing to see everything is working fine before diving on sending data. All right, so the request was sent successfully. We want to check if the file was created. The file uploads was created. Go here, uploads. We didn't send the file. We can also check in the request sent, the payloads. Image was actually empty. We didn't send the image. All right, so we need to fix that. Make sure that we are sending the image. So scroll back a little bit to the top. We want to check where we are accessing the image. So if there's no image, we need to change this to multi-part form data. Let's try that. We get an error. Image was binary, but we get an error. What's the error says? Failed to add a product your request failed with the 500 error. All right, let's go and check that. Go to the server, check for that error. And that is the no such file or directory open. Okay, why is it this is the actually the file name, but looks like from my route we didn't find the file. Let's try to remove that one. Yes, let's try to change and then send again the request. Let's see, we have the same problem. Let's have a look again. So it looks like we are sending to a wrong direction, the wrong directory. Uploads, and then we access image, and then single image. Uploads. The directory is supposed to be uploads, and then oh, I see, uploads. I see. So try to add slash from the beginning. Let's go to our folder to see our app. Nope. Can also speed up our development by copy this one. Try to debug using AI. Let's try to debug the issue using AI. I just paste here with AI to see any error. AI can suggest with any okay, so this is how we AI suggests that we can pass that our middleware in array. Okay, it's also a good idea. You can pass our middleware in array. Let's go back to our server. As for this is our middleware. You can also let's use let's change this to pass all of them array, so we can pass as many as you want to here. Secondly, AI suggests that set up Malta for file upload with validations. Okay. Accepted files. Okay, so let's copy the refactored code from Malta from AI. Try to use it here. I just paste it here, and then you see we are trying to debug an error we got here. Let's see. Back to our application. Try to send. Let's send again. Looks like the error is gone, but you can reload. And then go to product, add new product. Just add any random content in here, and then next, and next, and then also next. Just add any number and select an image for product. All right, so the error is gone. The error is gone. That's good. Right, but let's see the uploads. now we have uploads here. Okay, actually we had got 2 images uploaded, the first one and the second one. All right, so let's go to review what AI did here. It's good to debug with the AI so you can go faster, especially when you are developing a big project. You have to try to find a way to bypassing some issue by going very quick. File upload the size limit restriction. So we try to restrict the limit here. Sorry, that is the front end. So here now we set the file size. First of all, we only accept JPEG, JPEG, and JPEG, and PNG and GIF. Only images are allowed. Okay, so we don't allow. Okay, that's it. So where was the problem? So if you see, the problem was actually where we are uploading. Upload. Where is upload? So this is a file limit. You set the file limit, and then also filter to filter the image. After that, we can return error if there is error, and then the storage. So for the storage, this is the dir where we are uploading, and then we pass the dir. If the dir doesn't exist, so we add our dir there. Our dir, which is just upload. Our directory is upload. If it doesn't exist, we add. Else we just create it. And then storage. So we create a disk storage using Malta. The destination, we set the destination to our dir here. All right, okay. But let's go to back to our controller. We want to see now. We want to console.log body. Remember the error we had before? All right, now let's try to send again. Back to see. Now we are getting the data. Name, price before, price now, destination, all of that. And image. Where is image? We don't have. Oh, we are not accessing image here actually. Image. For image, we're supposed to get the file. All right, so let's work on catching image before start creating a product, because we want to get the URL. We want to get the path. All right, guys. So let's go and get the image. So now to get the image, we don't need to have to access this here, because this is not this is just actually a binary data. So what we can do is we can do const. We can get file, get a file. Const file is equal to, if you have file, let's check first if you have file. So we can get the request.file name, or else we set else we set to nil. But to actually get the file URL, what we need to do is since it was in the upload, so we can do file.name, but we can do something like this. We want to get the path from the URL from the upload. So upload slash our file name. So upload, if you go, this is our upload. So we want to access our file name here. Remember, our file name was generated from this one here, this guy here. This guy here generated our file name. Let's see. This guy here generated our file name. All right, here. So we want to access this from our dashboard, sorry, from our controller. We want to access our file, the file name from the controller. Okay, so what we can do, we can return the path. Let's just try to return the path. Say file, and then we just return this one to see it from front end. So try to save, and then go back. Sorry, try to save again. Go back, and then you want to see the file name response. This is the response. Actually, we need to check where is the response. Oh, that was a wrong one. It's supposed to be here exactly. So we want to see the file. We are not saving the product. We are going to work on that. Right now, we just want to test all the data. The file is there. So this is the path for the file. All right. Okay, guys. So next, let's go and now create now product. Since we know we get the file, all of that, so we can create now the product is equal to new product. And then for image, we pass this one. But let's first of all review the product model. So you can search it. If we are using VS Code, just type, just press on Control key plus G. You will open the search where now we can search for the model product. If the model exists, we will see it. So model is there, product. Alternatively, you can also go to the models, and then you see more product models. So we want to review the fields we have here. We have name, price before, which is number, required price, and then also we have price, which is number, and then description. We have image, which is string, and then category. We have category. Can get rid of this one. Category and subcategory. Image. Looks like we have a duplicate key here. So that's why sometimes you have to use AI to clean up your code. Can use AI, can clean up your code. So before continuing. So seller, which is actually just the user, and then we have store, subcategory, and also we have category, we have stock, image. That's it. Yes, that's it. So which one is required? User is required. Seller required is equal to true. As for, let's try to create a product. You see. Let's try to create a product. So you have a name, description, price before, category, stock, and then image. Category and then subcategory. Do you have subcategory here? We don't have subcategory, so you need to pass it there. A subcategory. What else do you need to get there? Stock, image. All right. And then you save the product. So you can wait for the product. Actually, we just save it. After saving the product, we can now, instead to return all of this, we just return product. The status 201. Else we send an error. We return an error. We can return error plus message, plus error plus. We can return message plus error. So if you want to include the error to see, so user can see what is happening there. All right, so try to create again product. Now the product was created successfully, and then you see now we have an ID of the product. All right, so from front end, if the product was created, we want to navigate to that product. So what you can do is go back to front end. This is our front end. So if the product is created here, we don't want to call the handle add product. We don't want to call that. Instead, we just want to navigate to that product. We want to navigate, say, navigate to the new product page. So we can do route product, can do route, navigate to product slash data.response.id. Okay, but the data you are returning here, if you see the ID we got from here, you see how the ID got underscore. And then also what I like to do is I like to always process this product because we have some stuff here I want to return. For example, here we want to get the store ID. So we want to get the store information, not stock, but store information. Store information and much more information. So to get that, I want to show you what I usually like to do. So I can go to, this is the product. This is the new product. So insert, let's go and first of all, let's go create a new file here. A function. We can go to utils, close this one. Let's go to utils. Config. We are looking for utils. Okay, utils. You want to create a. Let's create a function here called. Let's call it process product. Process product. .js. All right. So, what do you want to do in process product? For example, in process product, we want to get say, so get the, we want to get the file, or get the image URL, say image full path, can call it URL, because remember we are accessing from an API. And then we also want to, for example, get store info, ratings, I don't know, things like rating for product, all of that. So instead to do everything from here, I like to just, after you get the product, if you get the whatever, the product, and then we just call the process product. So for this, you can do const process product, process product. We take product, but we check if product. So if you have a product, we just return now. We want to return some stuff here. If product, so we're just going to return some things. First of all, we can do const. Let's say, for example, base URL. Base URL. So is equal to. So we can access. Sorry, we can access. We can do, for example, process process.env. Process.env. We want to access the env. We want to access a base URL from our .env. If you go to our .env, what I mean is, let's go here, .env. You see we have a base URL. What is our, this is our base URL, and then we're just going to pass it here. What else we want to get? We also want to get the port, const port, because we need to pass all the information, the full path to the image, so that we can load the image from the front end. port is equal processor, we get the port. What else you want to get here? Placeholder, we can also get the things like placeholder in case there's no image. So we need to have like placeholder. Placeholder. So this one is equal to if you want, you can paste it to, you can also add the placeholder. So this one you can call image. Let's say, for example, image underscore placeholder. So this one you can change the variable name. If you want to change the name, it's okay. So you go to .env, and then let's create placeholder here. So for placeholder, we can go to this. There's this this website. You can go https https / and then just vi.placeholder. So you can access some. You can get some placeholder there, random placeholder. /placeholder.com, and then let's try to access it. Go to, this is Express, we don't need that. Try to load that. We want to get some placeholder, but what we can actually do is you can go back to our server and then just pass some something. For example, the size, which is 150, you can pass 150, and then text, which is just equal to no image, no plus image. That's it for placeholder. So we will use this. We can use now this one anywhere in our application. So process image. So we just pass this one here. All right. Next. So we want to create now image const. Const image is equal to, if product.image. So we pass the base URL plus the port number, and then also uploads. But we don't need to pass upload, because if you look at here, I want to show you. You see, we are passing upload here. So the path, when you see the path we got from here, this is not correct. This is not correct, not found. Maybe the server is not working. All right, so if you see the image, how you are getting the image, this is the image you are getting here. You can copy this, try to copy this path here. So then you get the idea for what we are talking about here. Go to backend and then go to process image. So if you want to pass something like this. So you'll have something like this. So the only thing you need here is the only thing we need is the port, the base URL plus port. But remember, if it's on live server, you don't need this one. If live server, you don't need this port, because live server, we don't have this one. We just have a domain. So for now, from our local development, local environment, we are going to pass the port, and then we don't need to pass this. So we're just going to pass image part. But also another thing is, if you see the image part we have here, is including already the backslash, the slash here. Yeah, we got a slash here. So what we want to do in this case, if you leave this slash here, we will have a double slash. So in this case, you can get rid of this. So we just have image, include the port, and then also slash. Next, what we want to do, okay, that's it. what we want to do now, if there's no image, we will return the placeholder. But placeholder also, you can find a different one if that one is not working. So you can go online and search for image placeholders, or you can also just create yours. In case you don't get any image, you can load yours. So we want to now return product, but there's few things we want to return here. We can return ID. Let's return image.id, name, whatever, just duplicate all of them. But we also want to return, we want to add the store. Remember, I want to get the store information. So product.store, but for store, so we need to get the store here. I can do const store, because if you say, for example, product.store, go back to the model. So you see, we will just load the store ID, but you want to get much information about the store, which you can also call process store. And I want to show you an example that if you go to our original application, this is our original application. If you go to just product, and then try to click on any of this one, open the product. You see now this is the product, but look at the URL. You see, you are including the to hit the image, the single product. So we are going to product to store. We pass the store ID. This is the store ID here. From here to here is the store ID, and then also we set the product. Here is the product ID, and then we have this product ID. And down here on the right side, we have now seller information, which is the store information. So you can see we are including much information here: the followers, seller score, all of that, the performance, all of that we're including in here. So the thing is, we want to include much information here about the store, about the rating, all of that. So to do that, we're going back here, but so we want to get the store. You can set await. We want to wait for the store. Await, and then we get store. We found one. If found by ID, you pass the store. This is actually the store we are passing. This one. Then we access the product. But now you have to make sure that this guy is going to be asynchronous, this function. So it's going to wait to get the store, and then we just pass the store here. So the rest of the information we can pass it. So if you also want to process the store, we could also call the process store to get much information, the rating, all of that. But for now, let's stop from here, and then we will now do the rest. So if there is image, if there is a product, we return this. We can do else return nil. All right. So all right. Now from our product controller, we just go and instead to return a raw product like this, we just return. We can do const. We can do const process product is equal to await, and then we call the process product, but it's not here. We have to bring it in. We can do const process product is equal to required process product. Okay. All right. So now if you save that, and then we don't want to return that one, we just want to return our processed product. So back to our application, try to save again. Internal save error, process product. Let's see. Let's see. The first one didn't went well. we have an error, so internal error. Let's try to reload, but we could have seen the error first before reloading, because I don't want to keep adding the product. Is a bit hard job for me now. So I can just add all the product, fill the content, and then go back, go next, and then add the next one. But back, you want to add this one, and then also try to change the categories. We will fix this problem, and then next, add the stock and upload image. Let's upload an image. So we want to catch that error. Fail to add product. Request fail with status code 500. All right. So where is the error? We are trying to see where is the error. But if you go to let's go to here, try to send again. I want to get that error completely. We are not seeing the error from there. Process product is not defined. Oh, sorry. We're supposed to export the process product. We created the function, so we forgot to export it. So let's do, export process product. Okay, now let's go back here, try to, now the product was created, no? Process product not found. Come on. Sorry, supposed to do model. Sometimes when we are using the this coding, it can lead on some trouble. So you can do model export. He can do, let's do model, model, and then dot export, module dot export, and then we export the process product. This is it. Must be careful when we are using AI. Sometimes it can make you trouble, and then you try to find where's the error. I don't find it. It looks like I'm still having the same problem. Process product not found. Let's see what we are exporting here. Const process product. Const process product, and down here we want to export it. So some things here need to correct. First of all, we are getting in the, we need to load to get the second store, to get the store, and then we also need to return, we need to do try catch. In case we get error, so we can actually catch the error. So try catch error, and then if there is error, we can actually say just throw error. So we can do console.log error, but you can do throw, sorry, throw exception. Fail to process product, but you can also pass the error. And say error, pass the error. That's if you have any problem, but instead here we can actually do check from here. If you want to wrap, you can wrap this, or you can actually clean it a little bit, make it more a bit clean. So we check if not product, we return nil, else we return this one. Else we process the product, all of that. From controller, we don't need to try catch. If you want to, we can try catch, but let's try to just go with this one. And then export process product. Let's try to send again. Error, process product not defined. Let's go back to where we are calling process product. Process product, sorry, that is the one we want to access here. Now the error is gone. Yeah, the error is gone. We want to see the response. This is now the response now. So response now include the stock is nil. Stock is nil. Let's go back. We want to see the stock. So we want to know why the stock is nil. We are not including the stock in when we are creating product. When you're creating product, you're not including the stock. So stock is equal to user.stock request the user.stock. Let's try to create product again. The stock is still nil, but we can. So we want to find if the user got stock. No. We want to get the stock. So to get the stock, we can do const. No, not stock. I mean store. Const store is equal to await. So we need to get the stock ID because the stock ID is not included. Stock ID, and then we get from the user. User who is the seller, and then we pass the store.id here. But you can also just select the idea. Exception, is it exception that select? Can do, want to get the seller. Let's start with the seller. Const seller is equal to user, and then we want to now access the store. We want to get now the store find one. We can do find one, and then we just pass the seller. Pass the seller. I get rid of this one. Find one, and then pass the seller. Okay, so if the seller is not empty, if the seller is empty, you can say seller stock, seller store, make a difference. So we check if the seller store is empty. If not seller store, we want to return an error. We can return 400, error 400 to say, okay, you must have a store to create a product. Okay, that's good. If you don't have a store, else we want to return now the store. Down here, I want to pass the store, and then pass just the ID. We want to pass the ID for the store. Okay, so now if I go again, I try to create product. If the seller exists, internal error, the store is not defined. Oh, where is the store again here? Where are you accessing again the store? Somewhere you're accessing again the store. Oh, you need to bring in store const store, bring the store, and then try again to send. um, uh, looks like we have an error here. We want to, let's go back. We want to get the user. So we want to get the user. But before that, if I console.log user, let's try to console.log user to see what we get in user or seller. Just try to send to see what we get in the user. Okay, so we get the ID. That is the seller, role seller. So we want to get the ID. We want to access the ID. So we go back. We want to access the ID. We pass the ID there. Yeah. Seller store. But we can actually just pass it here, ID, and then get rid of this one. So try to send again. The response, let's see. We can also debug from here. Let's console.log store, console.log user store, token error. Where is it? Oh, okay, that was fixed. Let's try to send again. Now this is the seller, this is the store, description, all of that. So the store is here. All right, so we can take the store, we check if there's no store, else we want to access this ID, we want to access the ID to set it for product store. So this is the one. So get rid of this one. Okay, so what I can do instead of yeah, it's actually okay. We can go back to here, just have a look. But here we're accessing again the store. It doesn't matter, we will fix that. So product store, now we are passing product store, you are actually accessing from what you want to do. Let's just go again, go ahead and test again. The product now was created with okay, here we have store. We have store and all of that. But we have so much to include here. As for example, we need to include, we have price before, we need to calculate the discount. So let's go and calculate first for the discount before close this function here. So we can also say discount. So for discount, we need to create a function actually to calculate the discount. We can do, let's create a function calculate discount, and then we pass price now and price before. Where do you want to create that function? Where do you want to post it? We can actually just create it in here. Say calculate discount. Calculate discount. So this is the const calculate discount. We pass the price before and price now. So what we want to do, we want to check if price before. So we want to check first of all, we want to check if price before, we want to do something, but else we return 0. If there's no price before, so it means there's no discount, we just return 0. We can choose to return 0 or return 1. So in this case, we just return 0, but we want to check price before minus current price. So divided by price before times 100. So that's the discount we will get. Okay. So that's the discount. What else do you need to return there? We are not to return categories, subcategory. We are returning all of that. Category, subcategory, stock. Seller, we don't need to know about seller, but we can just add updated at. Updated at. Yeah. This product has updated at or created at. You can use created at. And then this is going to be created at. Okay, now back again to our home page, our browser. Try to send again. Let's see what we get. We have an error. Cannot access before initialization. All right, you can actually get rid of, remove it here, and then you can actually add it somewhere here. Let's add it here, and then try to send it again. Or we get the product store, but let's see the discount. Discount is minus 18%. If you see price before was 300, and then price now is almost half of that. I'm not sure if is that correct, but we will work on that later. We can also use AI to actually correct that, but we can do math.random to remove all this. We just get, we only want to get if it's 18%, is 8%, is 100%, or 20%. This is the only thing we are concerned to get. So to do that, we have to wrap this in math.random. So can do math.random. Not random, round. Math.round, sorry. And then you pass our calculation. See if you send again. So we get the same thing, but now you see 9%. You only get 9% discount. Okay. So now let's go and clean up a little bit. Let's use the AI to clean up. Okay, let's clean up this code. Do not break the existing code. Let's AI can help us to clean up, see where is errors, so that we have a clean version of our code. All right, let's copy the clean version of our code and then just paste it back here. Okay, this is the clean one. Let's try to go back to our app and then try to send again. So we are getting the same thing. All this is correct. Okay, guys. So now, what you want to do? In fact, I want to pass something here, which is a bit in French. You say tautologie. I can say store ID, because is a way I want to access the store ID. Yeah? the store ID. So if you send again the same product, we have the store ID. I want to access this store ID. I don't like accessing it underscore. I don't know why. I just don't like to access from front end accessing the store. Or you can also do the same thing like the store. You can connect the store access ID, whatever, but it's okay. Back to our front end, we have to wrap up this one. So front end, instead, we want to go to store, and then we want to pass response. First of all, you can do const product is equal to res.data. We want to make it short like that, and then we want to get product dot store ID product dot store ID. Okay, but and then we want to pass now. Let's say product ID product ID, and then we set our product ID. Okay, so navigate is not there, but before that, I want to show you something. Since we are accessing this one, we could just do remove the store, and then just access the store, the product ID, and then use the underscore, which I don't like to use like this, but go back to our controller. Instead to return this, we don't want to return this here, because when we are going to a single product here, for example, this application, when you reach to a single product, you are making again a request to the server to load the same product with this information. So we don't do that. We don't want to do that unless we want to send the product. You want to go to single product, sending all the content, but we don't want to do that. We want to just first of all go to the single product in this way. So here we don't want to use this. Here we will instead use it in a single product. So I can show you that we can now create a single product. Let's create a function, say const get product, or say get single product. Single product is equal to async, and then this one. So here now we will get const, we can say product ID, we get a product ID from param, and then we access all of that, and then we get the product. If you get the product, we can do now const process product, and then we pass that product, and we return the processed product. But you can also wrap this in a try catch. Can do try catch to catch any error. If it's error, console.log error, so you can console.log error. Say failed, something went wrong, something like that. Error, but you can do, yeah, something went wrong with the server, internal server, something like that. Try catch, we try to catch the product, we get the single product and then access it, and then we now use our process product. But for here, while you are creating a product, you don't need to call the process product. You just need to return this one, since we are not doing much with this from the front end. From the front end, we're just accessing ID and then the store. So here is the store. The store is actually the ID, so we access it in here. And then if you go to our original application, you see, for example, we have the store and then the store ID up to here. Where is the question mark starting? So we have a product ID, which now we will pass the product ID here. We pass product ID, and then we pass the ID. So what you have to do right now just to create the navigator. Navigator. Import user navigate, and then links, then link. So down here, I'm just going to create const navigate is equal to user navigate, and then just down scroll where we have the product. So we want to navigate to single product. This route does not exist, so we can actually create it to avoid error. Let's close this one and this one for now, all of this. So we can go to app router. Where is our app router? And then we want to see how to navigate to product route, to the single product. So you can do products. So for product, you can do product, and then we can access product, all products. For now, we don't have that. We're just going to say, let's just say paragraph return products. And then you can also call products route, route that product, and then we say, let's see, let's correct this to store ID. Yeah, store ID like this. But if store ID like that and you want to access for store, let's pass store ID. Yeah, that's correct. Because for accessing the product, we'll just add something product ID and then access it. For now, let's just set store. Just set to store ID, store details. So that's correct. Now here, after we submit the product, we want to navigate now to our store, and then pass the product ID as a param. So from there, we will now make a request to the server to get the detail for the product. Okay, that sounds correct and fun. Let's go and let's go to our product. Start to reload to our application. Now try to go to product again, and then add product. We just send any random content here, and this one, and also that one, and next. Just add any random content, but back a little bit. Next, stock, then select image, his image, and then save. Okay, now we are managed to access to navigate to our product, to our store successfully. But to our store, you see now we have the store ID and then product ID, but the template. Okay, let's go and work on the template. So we want our template to look like this, exactly like this, and the URL, so that if you copy this URL, you go, for example, anywhere, and then try to one, you see that the URL, you are loading the same product. So in case you change the product here name, you will see that the store ID is still here, but you are only changing the teva. So if you remove this one, this actually load the product from the store. So this is what we are trying to do here. Okay, guys, so let's go and start building the store, the seller store, before start displaying all the products. Okay, let's go. All right, guys, so to create a store, we need to go to app route. First of all, this is a up route, so we don't want to do it like this. So what we want to do, we can go to, first of all, let's go to component. Go to the component. Here is the component, and then we want to create let's create another folder here called store, and then in the store, let's just create index index.jsx, and then index.jsx. So we want to create a store. First of all, let's create a store const components, and then store, and then index.jsx. So I can create now const const store is equal to create a store. This is the store, and then export the store. But store, we want to get the store details. So you can say store details, and then also we want to get the products. So we pass the product list. So meaning, so we need to create now store prototype, prototypes, and then we pass store details, which is a require object, and then plus store and products, which is also array. But we need to import the prototypes, so we can import prototypes from React, from prototypes, sorry. All right, is not defined. Oh, sorry, prototypes. So this one, okay, this is okay. But we have some few things to do here. What I can do for now, we can just go to our actually we need to create a store template. We can create a store template. So need to create a page for store template. Go to page, just close this one and this one. So page here, let's create store template. Let's just make it simple. Create store template .jsx. Page, and then store template. So const store template, and then this is just we return store template, and then we export the store template. That's it. So the job for the store template is just to show, for example, I want to show you an example. If you see here, this is the store, but you can also append the product ID. I want to show you, I'm going to show you how we're going to do that step by step. So go back to our store template. For this, our store template, we can choose to accept the product, or we don't know accept because the store ID or not, because we can access it directly from the URL, or access also the single product here. So we'll just check if we got single product, and then we load the single product. So for this, in the up route, instead to return a single store, we just return store template. Yeah, we return store template. That's okay. It doesn't need to be authentic. It doesn't need to be authenticated for you to see this the store template. Okay, so now go back to our application. This is our application e-commerce. You see now we have a store here. All right, so we can now access the product and then call the store, and then also access we can access this product ID and then get the store details, and then if there is also ID, you can also do that. But for now, let's go to store template here. Do first here. First of all, in the up route, you can see we are bringing in store, and then we also use the store. We are importing the store, store template. All right. So to our store template here, we want to get the store ID. So we want to get this ID so that we can now make a request to the application. First, we want to get the store ID, and then also want to check if you have the product ID, so we can also grab it. And if you grab it, now we can now make a request to our back end to get the single product. So we can make the request the back end and then get this to get the product here. First of all, let's start first of all by getting first of all the store ID const, and do const store ID is equal to store ID is equal to use param. So we want to use the param to get now the store ID. Okay. So we need to bring that use param. We don't have it. You can import const use param from React router DOM. Next, use params from React router DOM. Right. So we want to get the product ID. So in order to get the product ID, first of all, let's define product ID const product ID set product, and then is equal to nil. Is equal to nil, or just an empty string. Now we want to check if you have a product ID. So to do that, we can use effect. We can use effect to automatically check the product ID on mount. So we can do something to get the product ID. So we can do we need to bring in the user effect first from React. Let's import that. So we can import first of all here. Let's import user effect. Use effect, and then also we want to import the use state from React, and then also want to import Axios from Axios. All right, that's correct for now. So now we want to now use a effect. So to use the effect now, so that we can make a request to our backend and then get the product ID. So for that, we just want to set, if you have store ID, we will use store ID. But for now, let's do const. We can access the URL params is equal to new URL param. So we want to search for the store ID, window.search location. So what we want to do now to get the store ID, we can go. We want to now to grab this one. Yeah, we want to grab this from the search parameters, and then we pass the ID. Yeah, it's correct. So this is our product ID. But if you want, we could also just set it here. Set our store ID. You have already regime set here, product ID. So okay, next we can just console.log. We can console.log. Here we can actually just pass nothing here. We can let's console.log store ID. Say store ID. Then you pass the store ID, and then also you pass the product ID. Yeah? So this is the product ID actually. For this one, you can maybe try to change something, for example, to uppercase to just make difference. So we access this one. We're actually accessing this variable from there, the one from top there. Okay, so that's it. That's it. So what we can do, we have to check if we are actually loading, we are actually getting the store idea. Let's go to console. Okay, now we have the store ID. This is the store ID. You can confirm it. Go up here. This is the store ID. And then also we have the let's see this we are getting here. We have a 6733, and then ending with the it doesn't seem to be the same. So this is seem to be that one. I think we are getting the wrong ID. Oh, let's have a look. Sorry. Store ID. Where is the store ID? I think we are not getting the correct store ID. We are not getting the correct store ID, but what we can do, we can try to see. This is actually the one from the param. This actually supposed to be product ID, and this one supposed to be the store ID. Yes, this supposed to be the store ID. Oh, it's actually correct. Sorry, I'm bad. This is actually a store ID. It's there, and then this is the. All right, guys. So we managed to grab the store ID and product ID. So what I can do now is to check. We want to now, first of all, we want to get the product ID. If the product ID exists, we want to get the product. So instead to console.log this one, let's get rid of this. We can check if product ID. So we want to now we can now get the product. So we can call a function here. Let's call a function, for example, get product, and then we pass the ID. Okay, so we can pass this ID. We can pass this one. So down here, I'm just going to create this function, const get product. So async, we make now a request. So we can now do try catch, all of that. Try catch, we pass now. But what I like to do is, okay, response, but we want to use, remember we have our saver variable, which is base saver variable, something, API, this one, we will actually refactor this code. For now, let's just go ahead in this one. We will refactor the code later. So we can do product server base URL. So we need to import that one. We need to import server base URL. From a util API, and then we make now request to our product backend product, and then we pass the product ID. So we haven't confirmed for this route yet. We are going to work on that. So if we get error, first of all, we have to define some couple of things here. We can define something, for example, is loading, and then set is loading. But we also want to also define error. It's error message, and then also set error message. Okay, so what we're trying to do here, we just want to check if it's loading, and then if we have a product ID, we set now set is loading to true, set error message to empty. So we make a request. If we can check if request dot status is equal to 200. So we know now we get a product. We can set we can also first of all create a single product here. Const product, we set to that is equal to empty. If now the status is equal to 200, so we can set the product to this one. But that not mean that if the status is equal to 200 means that you have product. We can also check and for example, if status is equal to 200, we set the product. But what you can also do, you can check if you have a product. If not product, no product, not fine or whatever. But for now, let's just keep it this way, yeah? And then set is loading to false. It's loading to false. And here also we can set is loading to false. Huh? You could have done something, for example, called a final, but I don't like to do that. I just want to stop the execution here. Set the is loading to false, and then also is loading to false if we have error, and then also set error message. We can also set error message. This could be let's say, for example, you could set something, for example, failed to load the product or whatever. Let's just pass this message here. This is it. This is it. Okay, so what we want to do, this is we are just working on a UI, so we are going to back end just to work on back end just a little bit. Okay, first of all, down here, what I would like to do is to check if we have if we actually have a store idea, but we also want to get the product, the store ID, store details. If we have a product, if you have product ID, we get the single product, but we can also, or we can do else, we just get the store ID. We just get the store. So we can do something, for example, get store details. So we want to get match the store details. But in case we have the product ID, remember somewhere here in our back end, where we are processing a single product, you can search for that. Control G to search for a file or function. So where we are actually processing the product, single product, you see, for example, here you are passing the store detail. We are passing a store detail here. We are passing the store detail here. This is the store. So we can actually process this store, whatever you want to store it, process it. But if now from our back end, if you have a product detail, so there's no need to make another request to get the store detail. So we just do, if you don't have a product detail, so that we just get the store. So that means we want to get the store product. We want to access the store, whatever store data. So that you can do get store products. So that means now we want to access the store product. Now this is, I can show you, this is now here. So that means you remove now the store ID. Sorry, the product ID. Now we just have the store. So we access whatever product, the store product here. Yeah. So meaning you can make two requests to just make our code a little bit clear. So you can make two requests. You can say, for example, get store details, and then we pass the store ID, and the following we get store detail. Get store details, get store details. We define whatever. We make a request to get the store details. Okay. So pass the store and then pass our store ID. If you have if the status is equal to 200, now we can set, for example, we don't have store details. We need to set it. Let's say, for example, here const store details, and then we also have set store details. Store details or detail. Let's just add S here. But we can also create product, because we need like all products, store products. We also need the like store products. Okay, so if we have the store details, if you have get the store detail, just set the store details. Set store details. After that, we can also, if you have store details, why we make a request to check the store details and then make to get the product. So in some case for production products project, you always have to check if that store first of all exists. If the ID if the given ID has actually if the given ID actually exists on the record from the database or from the back end. So in that case, you can make a request to check if first of all that store exists. So if the store exists, they will return the store details, and then you can now make a request to get now the data. So we can check if you can actually check here if can do something. For example, if store.data, because when we are getting store details, we are not returning the data. We are just get the store details and then we return if it's actually we got if you have data. If the data, we can now make get store product. So we pass now store and then product. For that one, we will work on that to check if it's underscore or it's just ID. So now we can make another request, get store products. Yeah, can now make this request to get now the store products. Okay. set is loading to true, and then set messages, and then for this one, this is a URL. We don't have this URL. Don't worry about this. We don't have them. So we are just the AI just helping us to generate which the things, some things does not exist. Okay, and then we set the product. We set this product, and then also we set the store ID, whatever. But I want also to focus a little bit on UI so that we can print. If you see our UI here to application, this is actually what we get here. We have so much errors here. This does not exist. This does not exist. So we want to focus first of all in the UI before going to our back end. First of all, let's load this one. Let's check on this error. This is a YouTube source. Sorry. Go to YouTube and then API. We check that error is gone. Okay, the error is gone, but we want to show the process message once we are loading. We want to show the processing message while we are loading the store or loading the product. But we remember we have an app layout. If you remember about our app layout, you can search for it. This is our app layout. Remember the job for app layout. So we want to use that app layout here. Instead of this, we can actually let's say remove this one. Let's first of all remove this one, but wrap our store body with actually our app layout. You can do app layout and then just close it. Pass now this title, close it again. So since here we need the kind of footer, you can actually get reference from home. Go to home. You see how we did here from home on the home page, on our home page. So we need to pass the footer. Since this is our store, see the original application. If you scroll down, we have footer, and then we also have header. And then from our app layout, we have header already set. We have a request. You have a variable here, a param to check if you, by default, you show the header unless you set unless you set to false to hide in the header. So what we want to do here, I just want to pass our app footer. App footer, and then for this one it says show header, but actually by default is true, so just let it go. But we can import we can import footer. Let's import the app footer from the component. Okay, try to save that and then see what we have here. Go to back to application. Okay, we have now our app footer, and then now the header is there. But it's something else. The body is actually empty. There's nothing here. Whatever you will pass here, it will go to the body. If you pass lorem like 200, then go back to application. You have this here. If you want to wrap this, the whole thing in another div, it's okay. It's okay. So what I want to do is we want to show a way. Want to show loading process. If you go to our main our application, this is the original application. If you are trying to load, you see the loading. Yeah? You see the loading process. So we want to create that one. So to create that, we can actually go to component. Just create something here from component. Component, and then create just call some function here. Let's say loading spinner or loading spinning. Loading spinner makes sense. Loading spinner body dot JSX. For that we can actually, let's go to const loading spin, const loading this is actually spin. Let's put the I here to just span your spin. Loading spinner body, and then just export it. So for this one, what are you trying to do here is, okay, we can pass something. For example, let's pass div with a class of let's see, let's pass class of flex, flex, and then justify center, and then item center, items center, and they just set height to full screen. Okay, so for that, we can actually go to flow bit, same flow bit, and then we can get some loading spinner there. Say loading indicator. So just scroll down a little bit so we can use this one. So just grab this and then let's go to our application. We can actually replace here with this one. So what we can do is do just control plus dot, and then we get this fix all. You can now select fix all, so this will fix all errors. So just save it. I think this is it for now, but we can make some change here. Can make some change. For example, we can remove the background and then border, all of that. We don't need this one. Get rid of all of this one. If you want to set it, you can set it from to this one, from the menu. But we don't want to set it that. The thing is, we want to have a full screen loading process showing full screen loading indicator. So here now in a store template, we can use now this one. We can check this loading. We can check if it's loading and then show. Let's check. Oh, sorry, that's wrong. If it's loading, nope. If it's loading, but instead we could also create a function. Let's create a function. Let me show you how we can do it. Do const is loading. Const check if it's loading is equal to, so check if it's loading and then return. If it's loading, we want to return our spinner, loading spinner, and to return loading loading spinner body, just like this. Okay, But also we can define another function, show error or display. You can say display error, display errors, error message. Okay, so you can check display error message. If you got error message, we're just going to display that. So we can define however we want to display it. And then also we can create another function. So display store product. If you have a store product, we're just going to display the store product. We can also create another function, display the store details. So if we have the store details, we're just going to display that one. Okay. We can now close this one. All right. So now from here, all right. So what I want to do is now to check if is loading. Is loading. We show is loading. Yeah. That one. The function up, but we don't really need this one. This is loading function. We don't really need it because there's not much this one is going to do. We're just going to pass our loading spinner body here if it's loading, but we want to check if it's loading. So we show that else. We want to check else. Else we also want to check another condition. Else I also want to check another condition. If you have error, for example, if error message, so we can show error message, else display store details. So for the store details, this is actually the one we're calling to display. We can display error or display the other one. So let's work on this one. Let's focus on this one, this function. Okay, so in this function, we can choose to we can check if you have if single product, if store details or store if single product is nil, so show the stored product. So we can check if product, we show product, whatever we have a product name, details, etc. Else we can show return product store details. And so store details, store product, all of that. So now let's just get rid of this one. So now we know instead to have another function to display single product, we don't have. So we only use one function. We call this function to display product, single product, or display store products. So now let's just save this one. If product will show, but remember we could also have a product. We actually could check if you have product ID, because just scroll up here a little bit. You see, if you have product ID, I'm talking about this one. If you have product ID, so we make a request to get product ID. So we can get the product ID, and then else we find that the product doesn't exist. So in that case, we can actually show here that the product doesn't exist here. So that means in here we can now check our request. We can check if the product exists. So in this case, we can do something. For example, can check if product we can show product, sorry, div, show product, or close this one. Sorry, you can close this one. So just check if product, so we'll show product, else we show product, else no product, the product doesn't exist, product not found. So if we have product ID, okay, now we will check if we have product, we will show the product. If no product, we will show the product, show the message that the product doesn't exist. So for the store details, we will work on that. We can also do the same thing for the store details. If you have store ID, or we can check if store ID, we will check this one. Else we can also return something else. Just return display. We can return something, for example, no store found. No store found. That's it. So I mean there's no store ID. So if we have store ID, we know now, okay, if you have store ID, we make a request to the server to get the store details. So okay, if now we get the store details here, up here, if we have now the store details, we can check if store details, if store details, so we show the store details. So else there's no store found, no store found. So we can also use AI to clean up a little bit this code. For now, let's just let us just go and do the essential things here. We can save the change and then go to our application to see what we have. Okay, error, request failed with the status code 0404, so not found. The route not found. I know that because we don't have those routes, so we have to create them. What we are just trying to focus on UI, and then we will go to front and after, or to go to back and after. So we can actually remove this one, so we don't have that one. But if you want, you could also wrap this. You could wrap this. So we are just trying to at least make the design to have space between. So to do that, we can actually go to where is error. This is error. We, instead to return just a paragraph, we could actually return something. Let's say, for example, div. So with let's say title, or about, let's say about page, about title makes sense, and then say body. So for the body, we're going to have this. For title, just going to have error. Let's say, for example, error or something went wrong. Something went wrong. So for this one now, okay, we can actually make give some class here, clean it or whatever. So let's try to see. Okay, this is what we will get, but we can also let's give that, for example, padding bottom and left. No, sorry, padding top and bottom to 16. Let's remove this one. Okay, now this is what we have. It's not bad. If you also want, you can actually add much space to the bottom. Let's say, for example, bottom 22, 28. Then let's go to small screen and see what we get. Control plus Shift plus I. This is now in the small screen. It's not bad. You can also give a big title to this one. You can say, for example, text to XL, and then if it's medium, and say text to XL, and if it's large, say text to 4XL, something like that. And then also font bold. Okay, now this is the error. We have now error. So you know now, okay, now we have error. Okay, now this is if we have error, but now if we have data, if you have data now, we have to use this one. First of all, remember our class here, our app layout. This one takes class. This one takes param. We have class here as param, so you can pass class. Whatever class you pass will be connected in here. So you can do something. For example, let's pass class here. Let's say class. Let's first of all, let's leave it. Let's try to focus on a loading data. The first thing, if we have the first one we want to do is, if you have data, if you have a product ID, so we want to make a request to this route. I don't believe this route exists. So we can go to our back end and then product route. This is a product route. Here is the product. We go to route folder, routes folder, and then here we have product route. So in a product route, just scroll down a little bit. This is what we have. So if you want to get a single product, so you make a request to product, you make a request to /product/ID. But if we go to app.js, where we actually register the product route, this is it. So that means if you want to access a single product, you have to do something like this. You pass product, and then you pass the ID. So this is how we are going to do it. So get rid of this one. Back to product route. This is the product route. So we want to actually take this route. We take this route, go back to our front end. Instead to pass this, so just remove this S. Now we pass the ID. But that won't work. So that means you have to pass S. You have to keep the S and then also pass the product. Products and then products and then product. Unless you want to change something, for example, we want to remove that and then just pass the ID. So I mean, if you go back to our back end, you remove this one. So you pass ID to get. So this depends on how you want to set it. But in this case, we just want to pass. We keep the products and then also you pass the product. So this depends on how you want to set it. Now we make a request to our back end to hit this URL. So if you hit this URL, we call now this function called get product. We are importing it from. We can actually go ahead and close all of this one. Close all of this one for now. So go to product controller and then get product. This is get product, and then importing and then exporting get product. So for get product, I think up here we have a function called get single product. So what we can use this, since this one got much data already, so I can use this one by just get rid of this one. Instead of exporting that, exporting single product, and go back to a route, change the get product with the get single product. So just save. Okay, and then we want to see back in a controller here, we actually want to see the product. So this is how it works here. So we get the product ID from the query params, and then we load. Now we get now the product model, and then found by ID. So this is the product. So if we get the product, we process the product, and then we return it. So everything seems to be fine here. We can just save it and then go back, try to reload. Okay, looks like we have an issue. Let's try to check for the issue. Let's try to reload again and scroll down to see the error. There is no error. So that means we can try to check on the back end. So go back to back end, and then we just want to console.log the product. If you get the product, just say product, we pass that one, and then we want to have a look here. If you get product, try to reload, then back to our back end. We don't have anything, so that means we are not hitting the correct URL. Or you can also check if you are actually hitting the correct URL by just doing console.log hello world, or just pass the ID. So correct, and then back to our back front end and try to reload again. We are not hitting the URL. So that means we have to work on the URL. All right, so back to here again. You see, this is what is happening here. So we call products, we pass the ID. We have our route is product/ID. So we can copy this one, then go back to our front end. This is how it works here. So if you want to, we can actually check if we are actually sending a request to get the single product. So to do that, we can actually console.log product ID, console.log product ID, and then here check for errors. We have an error here. So we have an error. We have an error here. Got range error. Maximum storage template. Oh, call to stack size exceed display store product. Okay. Display store product. So this, we have an error here. So what we do is let's go and check it out. The error is actually from here. So we can try to debug this issue by, first of all, if you have store ID, a product ID, we don't want to make a request for the store. We can actually stop this one. We don't need that one. Let's just try to reload to see one by one to get the error. Okay. Then also stop this one. Okay, I can see where we have error. First of all, this one is idea. Let's try to change it to something like this, not confuse things. And then up here, this is product ID. We check if you have this product ID, and then we make a request. You pass the product ID. That's correct. And then get store details. So we load the store details. So this one does not exist also. We will also create this one, but for now, let's focus on what we are working. For now, we can actually comment this one. Let's comment this one. And then down here, display store details. Okay, here we have store details. So if you have product ID, but we could have done this actually this way. Have done this here like this. Okay, you could check if you have product details, you show product details, else product not found. Here also get rid of this. Let's just modify a little bit. Then also here. So here also could check if you have store details, you show the store details, else store not found. Else you just return that. And then here is the store details. We have two store details. Let's see. Display. Oh, actually, this is the one we're supposed to use. Store details. If you have store details, so we will show the product belong to that store. So we don't need this one. In fact, we will return this function instead of the other one. Display product. Okay, so you can now just uncomment this. Okay, and uncomment this, and then up here you can also uncomment here. Okay, so back to our front end, let's reload. Okay, now we are just getting 404. 404. So we want to know 404, is 404 from a get product, or is it from get store? So if you comment this one, just comment this one, and then you see where is error coming from. Product details. So the product details. But remember here, I want to check if you have a store ID. Let's try to pass the store ID here. Try to pass the store ID here. And then reload the page. Okay, here now is a product details. For product details, let's have a look. Where is product details? This is a product detail function. And then up here, if we go now back to our back end, we want to check what we have. Okay, on our back end, looks like now things are normal. We are now successfully loading the product details. So this is a single product, whatever. This is what you are loading here. ID. So back here, this is the ID. Just scroll, go to product controller, products controller. This is the ID. So get rid of this, and then console.log. That's okay. Also save this one. Let's try to reload again. So we are actually successfully loading our product details. So if you see the response, let's go to here. reload again, see the response, request, and then the response. I want to get the response, which I'm not seeing here. So I mean, but from back end, we have data here. This is the data. So let's try to clean up a little bit. We can also use the AI to clean up. So what I can do to speed up things, let's copy the code. Let's use AI to clean up. Just give to AI to clean up. So do not rename the variables. Okay, give it some second to just clean up for us so we can speed up our development. I need to scroll down a little bit. Okay, so this is up here. Here is a cleanup version of your store template component addressing issue like typo, unnecessary comment, and minimal optimization. The logic remaining the same with the variable untouched as requested. Okay, that's correct. Typo fix corrected is loading to is loading. All right. And loading spinner body to loading spinner body. Okay. Okay, let's copy that and then add this here. So if you corrected loading spinner body, you want to see the name of our file here. Want to make sure it match. So you can do control plus shift plus L to edit all of it. Loading spinner body, but let's check the name for the file. Loading spinner body. Save. Back to our store template, and then try to just go back to our application. Try to reload. Okay. Looks now we have let's see, response, header, product, and then product. This is the URL, and then we pass the ID. All right, guys. So let's work on getting the actually product or returning the product to our front end.